हेतु केवल मिल के पीछे ही है। अगर मैं मिल में नहीं लगता तो हो सकता मैं किसी होटल में कब्बसिद होता या किसी किसान, बड़े किसान जागीरदार के वहाँ नौकर रहता। लेकिन मैं थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ लिखा था, साइकिल लेके घूमता घूमता यहाँ आ गया, मिल में घुसा। पहले ये जंगल का चारों तरफ पूरा पूरा पेड़ थे, पहले बहुत बड़े बड़े आम थे। ये जो आप गाड़ी देख रहे हो, ये गाड़ियाँ पहले नहीं थी, लोग साइकिल से आते थे। शुरुआत में 100-200 वर्कर काम करते थे तीनों शिफ्टों में। आज 11,000 वर्कर काम करते हैं पूरे ग्रुप में। साग सब्जी वाले, हमारे मजदूर लेवल की भाषा में कहना है कि एक मजदूर 5 परिवार को पालता है, लेवल से वो चलता है। और आज बहुत बड़ी संपन्नता बांसवाड़ा में दिख रही है।
If you've walked around the factory, you would have seen plants everywhere. Banswara wants to be Asia's greenest mill. So we've planted little plants and large plants across the factory, and the kitchen garden we're sitting in at the moment has plants from all across the region. We needed clean, reliable power. Banswara's thermal power plant, which is a cogeneration power plant, generates enough energy to power the entire city and generates its own electricity for the 5,000 residents within our colony. Our effluent water treatment plant treats up to 500,000 liters of water every day. That water had a mix of toxic and hazardous chemicals which are removed through various natural and bacterial processes and lead to the water that is discharged being as good as drinking water with a pH of close to 7.5. It was difficult initially to get the residents of the colony to separate wet and dry waste. For the first year, we gave them 1 kilogram of rice for every kilogram of plastic and solid waste that they returned, and 5 kilograms of sugar for every 5 kilograms of waste. And now we don't offer them any incentive, and they recycle almost 10,000 kilograms of waste every month.
गोपाल पटेल नाम है मेरा, सन ऑफ शेर जी भाई पटेल। बांसवाड़ा टेक्सटाइल मिल में विगत 12 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ और वो फोल्डिंग डिपार्टमेंट है जिसमें सैम्पलिंग का काम देखता हूँ। जैसे मेरे पापा वर्कर में हैं, मैं लगा स्टाफ में, उसके बाद मुझे भर्ती किया स्टाफ में। मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे बच्चे भी कॉमर्शियल या अन्य डिपार्टमेंट में जो थिंक टैंक बना हुआ कंपनी का उसमें हिस्सा लें।
बांसवाड़ा सिंटेक्स सबसे पहला उद्योग खुला था। बांसवाड़ा धीरे धीरे शहर से बिल्कुल बीच में आ गया मिल। शहर सुंदर बना है, पहले गांव लगता था शहर। बांसवाड़ा के लिए एक वरदान है, लेकिन हमें जो उद्योग की अभी जो ग्रोथ दिख रही है बढ़ने की, तो लगता है कि ये कई सालों तक चलेगा।
The Worthman Group is a leading textile conglomerate in India, with a turnover of more than $1 billion and the largest spindle count in the country. Every year, Worthman produces 240,000 metric tons of yarn and weaves over 240 million meters of fabric. With 18 leading-edge manufacturing facilities, Worthman blends local connectivity and global accessibility to cater to customers in more than 75 countries. A fundamental pillar of our growth story is our family of close to 30,000 employees who deliver top-notch quality through their talent and commitment. At Worthman, it is our constant pursuit of excellence that inspires us to challenge our limits, sharpen our acumen, and deliver to exacting standards. While excellence is our sail, values are our compass.
It is our customer-centric approach, which has seen us become the largest vertically integrated textile manufacturer in India, with a strong and secure supply chain. The convenience of a single-stop sourcing partner, and the confidence of quality and timely delivery, has made us the preferred partner to a host of global brands.
Worthman's operations span the entire value chain from spinning, weaving, and processing to dyeing and garmenting. Worthman's houses 1.1 million spindles, the largest spinning capacity in the country, and is a leading producer of fabrics with 1,550 looms and processing capacity of 180 million meters per annum. The garmenting division of the group produces 1.8 million shirts annually.
Today, adapting to new ideas is essential and has to be done in real time. It doesn't end with inventing, rather begins with reinventing. You have to anticipate the probability of an upcoming opportunity and prepare for the same even before it comes.
Our dedicated team of designers and technical professionals analyze and predict the latest trends in fashion with their insights and expertise.
लेकिन मुझे बात करते समय मुझे
RSWM Limited is a pioneer of innovation in yarns and denim fabrics, and one of India's largest producers and exporters of polyester viscose blended yarns. RSWM boasts of a remarkable manufacturing infrastructure with a product line consisting of eco-friendly grade, dyed and melange yarn and denim fabrics, and has now launched L&J Knits, its own line of world-class knitted fabrics. The company has been deeply focused on sustainability, employing research and development to churn out eco-friendly and natural textiles. Today, it can create any shade and blend imaginable for its customers across 78 plus countries.
From recycled polyester fiber to spinning value-added yarns to home textiles. Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, providing timeless, sustainable textile solutions since 1934.
हेतु केवल मिल के पीछे ही है। अगर मैं मिल में नहीं लगता तो हो सकता मैं किसी होटल में कब्बसिद होता या किसी किसान, बड़े किसान जागीरदार के वहाँ नौकर रहता। लेकिन मैं थोड़ा बहुत पढ़ लिखा था, साइकिल लेके घूमता घूमता यहाँ आ गया, मिल में घुसा। पहले ये जंगल था, चारों तरफ पूरा पूरा पेड़ थे, पहले बहुत बड़े आम थे। ये जो आप गाड़ी देख रहे हो, ये गाड़ियां पहले नहीं थी, लोग साइकिल से आते थे। शुरुआत में 100-200 वर्कर काम करते थे तीनों शिफ्टों में। आज 11,000 वर्कर काम करते हैं पूरे ग्रुप में। साग सब्जी वाले, हमारे मजदूर लेवल की भाषा में कहना है कि एक मजदूर 5 परिवार को पालता है, लेवल से वो चलता है। और आज बहुत बड़ी संपन्नता बांसवाड़ा में दिख रही है।
If you've walked around the factory, you would have seen plants everywhere. Banswara wants to be Asia's greenest mill. So we've planted little plants and large plants across the factory. And the kitchen garden we're sitting in at the moment has plants from all across the region. We needed clean, reliable power. Banswara's thermal power plant, which is a cogeneration power plant, generates enough energy to power the entire city and generates its own electricity for the 5,000 residents within our colony. Our effluent water treatment plant treats up to 500,000 liters of water every day. That water had a mix of toxic and hazardous chemicals which are removed through various natural and bacterial processes and lead to the water that is discharged being as good as drinking water with a pH of close to 7.5. It was difficult initially to get the residents of the colony to separate wet and dry waste. For the first year, we gave them 1 kilogram of rice for every kilogram of plastic and solid waste that they returned. and 5 kilograms of sugar for every 5 kilograms of waste. And now we don't offer them any incentive, and they recycle almost 10,000 kilograms of waste every month.
गोपाल पटेल नाम है मेरा, सन ऑफ श्री जी भाई पटेल। मासवाड़ टेक्सटाइल मिल में विगत 12 साल से काम कर रहा हूँ और वो फोल्डिंग डिपार्टमेंट है जिसमें सैम्पलिंग का काम देता हूँ। जैसे मेरे पापा वर्कर में हैं, मैं लगा स्टाफ में, उसके बाद मुझे भर्ती किया स्टाफ में। मैं चाहता हूँ मेरे बच्चे भी कॉमर्शियल या अन्य डिपार्टमेंट में जो थिंक टैंक बना हुआ कंपनी का उसमें हिस्सा लें।
बांसवाड़ा सिंटेक्स सबसे पहला उद्योग खुला था। बांसवाड़ा धीरे धीरे शहर से बिल्कुल बीच में आ गया मिल। शहर सुंदर बना है, पहले गांव टाइप लगता था शहर। बांसवाड़ा के लिए एक वरदान है, लेकिन हमें जो उद्योग की अभी जो ग्रोथ दिख रही है बढ़ने की, तो लगता है कि ये कई सालों तक चले।
The Verthman Group is a leading textile conglomerate in India, with a turnover of more than $1 billion and the largest spindle count in the country. Every year, Verthman produces 240,000 metric tons of yarn and weaves over 240 million meters of fabric. With 18 leading-edge manufacturing facilities, Verthman blends local connectivity and global accessibility to cater to customers in more than 75 countries. A fundamental pillar of our growth story is our family of close to 30,000 employees who deliver top-notch quality through their talent and commitment. At Verthman, it is our constant pursuit of excellence that inspires us to challenge our limits, sharpen our acumen, and deliver to exacting standards. While excellence is our sail, values are our compass.
It is our customer-centric approach, which has seen us become the largest vertically integrated textile manufacturer in India, with a strong and secure supply chain. The convenience of a single-stop sourcing partner, and the confidence of quality and timely delivery, has made us the preferred partner to a host of global brands.
Verthman's operations span the entire value chain from spinning, weaving, and processing to dyeing and garmenting. Verthman's houses 1.1 million spindles, the largest spinning capacity in the country, and is a leading producer of fabrics, 1,550 looms, and processing capacity of 180 million meters per annum. The garmenting division of the group produces 1.8 million shirts annually.
Today, adapting to new ideas is essential and has to be done in real time. It doesn't end with inventing, rather begins with reinventing. You have to anticipate the probability of an upcoming opportunity and prepare for the same even before it comes.
Our dedicated team of designers and technical professionals analyze and predict the latest trends in fashion. With their insights and expertise, we create and showcase seasonal collections of our own, as well as develop customized presentations that meet specific customer requirements. Today, approximately 30% of the products we manufacture annually are our own creations. Technology and innovation form the core of our manufacturing processes and are spearheaded by a dedicated corporate technology cell. Approximately 95% of our ring frame capacity is with auto-doffing, and about 60% capacity is with link owners. All the winding positions are equipped with Ooster Quantum 3, and all the cotton lines for contamination control are equipped with Ooster Vision Shield Magic Eye. 100% of our ring frame production positions are equipped with ring data system, and speed frame in all the recent expansions have auto-doffing and roving transportation system. Our R&D labs are powered by advanced technology from Uster, a vibrant design studio, a fully integrated value chain, with complete in-house control over each stage of production, and manufacturing facilities in multiple geographies enable us to deliver consistency of product specifications within a batch and across batches. Reliability in delivering the right product in the right quantity at the right time and place. Flexibility for customizations and in quantum of production as required by brands. Agility for accelerated implementation of new designs and midway revisions. Traceability for enhanced transparency and accountability. Sustainability for minimizing environmental impact and producing a positive social impact. Our sustainability framework, PRO, ensures we stay ahead of the sustainability curve by being a proactive, responsible organization. We focus on three main fronts that are people, processes, and products. On the people front, we consistently invest in enhancing their knowledge, skills, and safety to uplift not only their performance, but also their personalities. Women empowerment is a key focus area for Verthman. Our submissions and presentations to the government for equal work opportunities have led to a policy upgrade that resulted in opening up opportunities for women to work in the night shift. Additionally, we also empower our communities by actively contributing for their socio-economic development through various initiatives in the field of education, healthcare, rural development, and environment. On the processes front, we are focused on water conservation, green chemistry, energy optimization, and waste management. From reducing consumption of freshwater to treating and reusing wastewater, from decoupling growth from black energy to eliminating hazardous chemicals, and from ethical sourcing of raw material to reducing, reusing, and recycling waste. At Verthman, we ensure that economic growth and environmental responsibility walk hand in hand. On the products front, we have developed a large portfolio comprising green fibers and green fabric finishes. Consequently, we possess a large bouquet of green certifications. Today, we create an unparalleled collection of yarns and fabrics for tops and bottoms for some of the most successful international and national brands who demand exacting standards of quality, timely delivery, and sustainability. As the world of fashion evolves, we shall continue to tread the path of excellence as a responsible, responsive, and reliable partner for brands across the globe.
Good afternoon, Dr. Sunanda. Can you hear me?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah. So all the best.
RSWM Limited is a pioneer of innovation in yarns and denim fabrics and one of India's largest producers and exporters of polyester viscose blended yarns. RSWM boasts of a remarkable manufacturing infrastructure with a product line consisting of eco-friendly grade, dyed and melange yarn and denim fabrics, and has now launched L&J Knits, its own line of world-class knitted fabrics. The company has been deeply focused on sustainability.
From recycled polyester fiber to spinning value-added yarns to home textiles. Sutlej Tech since 1934.
Namaskar. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you well.
Namaskar to all. Sir, good afternoon.
So, can we
Good
start?
afternoon, everyone, and wishing the conclave a great success.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm starting it. Namaskar and good afternoon. Distinguished dignitaries, senior government officials, industry representatives, eminent speakers, participants, media, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you to the Manmade Fibre Conclave 2022, organized by the Confederation of Indian Textile Industries CITI through virtual platform. The theme of the conclave is $450 billion global man-made fiber textiles trade, growth beacon for the Indian textile industry. Confederation of Indian Textile Industries CITI, being one of the leading industry chambers of the textile and clothing sector of India, represents the major leading regional and industry associations and 18 major corporate members, thus covering the entire textile value chain from farm to garments and made-ups and the textile machinery industry. It is the only national association which covers the entire spectrum of the textile and clothing industry, spanning both domestic and export market. CITI has signed MOUs with 13 major international textile associations for the promotion of textile trade and investment. To elaborate CITI activities further, we will be now showing a video on CITI's 63 glorious years of service to the industry and the nation.
Being one of the world's largest producers of textiles and clothing, Indian textile industry is truly weaving the future in a remarkable way. Playing a key role in Indian economy, the textile and clothing industry contributes about 2% to the nation's GDP. The textiles and clothing industry in India is the second largest employer in the country by providing direct employment to 45 million people and more than 100 million people in allied industries, including a large number of women and rural population. The textile and clothing industry in India has strength across the entire value chain, ranging from natural and man-made fiber, yarn, fabric to apparel. It is a highly diversified sector which consists of large, medium, small and micro enterprises. The textile industry in India is gearing up to reach new paradigms of growth. The market size of the Indian textile and clothing industry is estimated to reach $350 billion, including export of $100 billion by 2025-26. Established as the Indian Cotton Mills Federation, ICMF, in 1958, it got transformed into Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, in 2005 to assume the leadership of broad-based textile and clothing value chain. It represents the major leading regional textile industry associations and its corporate members, thus covering the entire textile value chain from farm to apparel and made-ups. It works as an interface between the government and various segments of the textile industry, providing policy inputs to the government and supporting the textile and clothing sector to move in the value chain. It also gives unstinted leadership to the textile and clothing industry to adopt cutting-edge technologies to enhance production, productivity and quality to cater to the national and international market. CITI promotes and protects the common interests of its members through research, dissemination of information, consultation, cooperation, and by mentoring member industries to adopt best business practices. Its well-crafted policy tailwinds help the government in taking timely and informed decisions on important textile-related matters. CITI organizes national and international programs which help evolve a consensual approach for the development of textile and allied sectors. The apex textile body's involvement in corporate social responsibility is result-oriented and target-focused. Being a major stakeholder of cotton, its initiative for promoting cotton production, productivity, and quality cotton in the country can be traced back to 1964. The Cotton Committee was formed to spearhead the Grow More Cotton campaign carried out by the government to augment the domestic supply of cotton. Setting up of Cotton Development and Research Association, CITI, CDRA in 1970 was to provide an institutional framework for research, evolving newer varieties of cotton and promote scientific cultivation. Now, CITI CDRA works shoulder to shoulder with the government and other organizations to not only increase cotton yield by introducing the various hybrid, but also enhance the purity and quality of cotton. The initial stages, CITI CDRA works, which covered almost all cotton growing areas in the country, now have intense activities in 3 states, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra. These proactive steps have helped in increasing yield several folds higher than the non-project areas. CITI works for achieving inclusive growth and dovetailing that concept into the development process. To create a pool of skilled workforce for achieving the ambitious targets in the textile and clothing industry, CITI formed Textile Sector Skill Council (TSC) in 2014. In the next 10 years, about 577 textile mills will be affiliated to TSC as training partners to empower around 3,700 trainers and 1.5 million skilled workforce in 360 job profiles. CITI, in association with Ministry of Textiles, is imparting training to thousands of Indian youths under the Samarth scheme. The objective is to provide demand-driven and placement-oriented skill programs to incentivize the efforts of the industry in creating jobs in the organized textile and related sectors. CITI Birla Textile Awards is an effort to promote advancement in the textile-related segments. The Inaugurates, an event pioneered by CITI, is a platform to recognize excellence in design, methods, spinning and weaving. High-level policy consultation, strategy meetings, trade promotion activities, etc. are the other important functions of the organization. Important dignitaries grace CITI functions, including Vice President, Prime Minister, Cabinet Ministers, Government Secretaries at various points of time. CITI has been sending delegations abroad and receiving them regularly to pave the way for trade facilitation and hand-holding between Indian and overseas businessmen and investors. The Apex Textile body has signed MOUs with 13 major international textile organizations to promote trade and investment. CITI has long-term vision on textiles which synchronizes with Atmanirbhar Bharat. Make in India, a vision promoted by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi to take India to the next level of development and emerge as a $5 trillion economy in the foreseeable future. CITI will be working in partnership with government in achieving this goal.
Thank you. Hope you have enjoyed CITI's video on 63 glorious years of service to the industry and nation. Thank you. Distinguished dignitaries, senior government officials, industry representatives, eminent speakers, participants, media, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the inaugural session of the Man-Made Fibre Conclave 2022, organized by the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, through virtual platform. The theme of the conclave is including a large number fiber textile trade growth beacon for the Indian textile industry. As you all know, the consumption of man-made fiber-based products has outpaced the natural fiber-based products in the last 1 decade. The global trade of textile and apparel in 2019 was $811 billion, out of which man-made fiber products contributed approximately $450 billion, that is 55% share. India has not been able to capitalize the man-made fiber opportunities which has arisen in the global arena. However, in the recent time, the industry has seen an increasing realization of this opportunity and taken strides to tap it. Government is also providing conducive policy support to the industry in this direction. In this context, today in our conclave, we are discussing the challenges, opportunities, and way forward for the man-made fiber textile sector. Today we have 2 panel discussions. The first panel discussion is on global market situation and the emerging trends in the man-made fiber-based textile industry. And the second panel discussion is on growth opportunities for Indian companies in the man-made fiber sector. On this spectacular occasion, joining us virtually will be our chief guest, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh, Hon'ble Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, who would be inaugurating the conclave and delivering the inaugural address. As Honorable Minister of Textiles, Union Minister of Textiles, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, had a press conference, he couldn't join us today. On behalf of the entire textile industry and CITI, I wholeheartedly welcome our chief guest, Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji. May I also welcome Shri Upendra Prasad Singh ji, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, to the conclave, who would be delivering the keynote address. I also welcome Shri T. Rajkumar sir, Chairman, Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, and Shri Prashant Agarwal ji, Managing Director, Wazir Advisor, and Shri Ragesh Mehra, Deputy Chairman, CITI. We are now starting the inaugural session. Once again, a warm welcome to all of you who have joined this conclave from different parts of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri T. Rajkumar, Chairman, CITI, to kindly commence the proceedings. Profile, that is Shri T. Rajkumar is the Chairman of Confederation of Indian Textile Industry and the Chairman of Textile Sector Skill Council, TSC. He is one of the directors in the National Skill Development Corporation. He is a director in the 90-year-old diversified Shakti group of companies. He is the former chairman of Southern India Mills Association, SIMA, and the SIMA Cotton Development Research Association. He is a member of the governing council of Texprocil. Mr. T. Rajkumar is a member in the Academic Council of PSG College of Arts and Science and also a member in the Board of Studies of Bharatiya University and PSG Institute of Management. He is an independent director in Coimbatore Smart City Limited. He is the chairman and managing trustee of Global Path School running for the underprivileged children. May I now request Sri T. Rajkumar, Chairman CITI, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sunanda. At the outset, I welcome all of you. Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs and Food and Public Distribution, Sri Piyush Goyal ji. Though he is not with us today, he was very eager to be part of this proceedings. Unfortunately, due to he's been preoccupied with PMO, he is not able to join us. Hon'ble Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, respected Secretary Textiles, Sri Upendra Prasad Singh ji, Sri Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors, all the senior industrialists, delegates and friends from the textile and apparel industry, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to you all on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Textile Industry. On behalf of the entire textile and apparel fraternity, it is my proud privilege to extend a warm welcome to the Honorable Minister of State, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Madam. We are extremely thankful to you for your kindly consenting to be our guest of honor today and delivering the keynote address. I also welcome our respected and beloved Secretary Textiles, Sri Upendra Prasad Singh, IAS. Sir, your good self has always been very supportive to the entire textile fraternity and apparel industry, and we are extremely thankful to you for agreeing to grace the occasion with your valuable presence and to deliver the special address. Today, the entire textile and apparel industry is extremely overwhelmed and delighted with the presence of our textile industry's leadership in a single place. I also welcome all the esteemed dignitaries, panelists, and industry players who are associated with us today for this interactive conclave from different parts of the globe. The theme of today's conclave is US dollars 450 billion as a nation's target towards global man-made fiber textiles trade. Growth become for the Indian textile industry. Before I proceed further, I would like to congratulate and also place on record our sincere thanks to the Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Sri Piyush Goyal ji, and his entire team for successfully signing the United Arab Emirates Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, the CEPA. Sir, this agreement will go a long way for the Indian textile industry. India and UAE CEPA will help boost India's exports to UAE in the next 5 years. The textile and apparel industry is expecting an additional US $2 billion exports to UAE. This will also generate ample employment opportunities for the Indian youth. As we are aware that globally there is a shift towards the demand for the man-made fiber-based textiles, and the fiber consumption today is dominated by the man-made fiber industry, which now has a dominant market share of about 60% at the global level. On the contrary, the trend in India is almost the opposite, with the Indian textile industry largely driven by cotton, constituting about 60 to 70% of the mill fiber consumption. At present, man-made fiber market is dominated by China. The Indian man-made fiber industry has certain inherent strengths and tremendous opportunities to grow in the future through a holistic approach. All that we require is the expansion of the downstream production and boosting the domestic consumption base and penetrating the global supply chain. The global man-made fiber industry has witnessed a remarkable expansion the last decade, and the trend in the future is likely to further move in favor of the man-made fiber, with factors like pricing, limited cotton availability, performance features, and sustainability adding momentum to this shift. Indian textile and apparel industry has to brace itself and should work towards increasing its share of man-made fiber-based textile and apparel products to meet the global demand and trends. The Government of India, under the dynamic and visionary leadership of our beloved Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, is emphasizing the need for the textile and apparel industry to work towards the development of man-made fiber textile value chain in the country and is bringing out various policy reforms for the same. Today, on this platform, on behalf of the entire textile and apparel industry, I would like to place on record a sincere thanks to our beloved Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji, for all the historic and path-breaking decisions that the Government of India has taken for the betterment of the Indian textile and apparel industry, and especially the MMF sector, such as removal of anti-dumping duty from purified tetramethylic acid PTA, viscose stable fiber VSF, and acrylic fiber. Approval for setting up 7 Pradhan Mantri Mega Integrated Textile Region and Apparel Parks with a total outlay of 4,445 crores, which amounts to $0.6 billion US. Production linked incentive scheme for the man-made fiber, fabrics, apparel, and several segments of technical textiles. Scheme for revision of duties and taxes on exported products, RODTEP. Extension of rebate and stay of state and central levies and taxes, ROSTCL scheme up to March 2024. Sir, this is the single time in the history of the textile industry, so many things, so many incentives, and so many schemes were announced to the Indian textile and apparel industry. On behalf of the entire textile fraternity, I once again place on record our heartfelt thanks to our Honorable Prime Minister, Sri Narendra Modi ji. Not only this, our Honorable Union Minister of Textiles, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Sri Piyush Goyal ji and his team is working very hard to conclude trade agreements with the leading textile and apparel markets such as Australia, United Kingdom, Canada, European Union, etc. These trade agreements will open a new gateway for export of Indian textile and apparel products. The industry is very optimistic about these agreements and looking forward to the conclusion soon. We as an industry should be able to cash upon these FTAs by ensuring that we manufacture, supply products as per the demand of these markets and can emerge as an alternative to China in the coming years. The government may also consider setting up FTA facilitation center, which could provide information, training to exporters, and can also help them identify the country-based export products. Though our textile and apparel industry has all the requirements to emerge as a leading supplier of MMF-based textile and apparel products, however, there are some of the challenges that our industry is facing and hindering its growth. The first and foremost challenge which our MMF sector is facing is of the inverted duty structure. The DST rate on cotton and cotton textile stands at a uniform 5% across the value chain, while the GST rate for synthetic fiber is 18% and man-made fiber spun yarn is taxed at 12% and the fabric is at 5%, thus leading to an inverted duty structure. This is leading to a huge blockage of funds and the refund process is cumbersome. We request the government to consider levying 5% GST across the man-made fiber textile value chain, making it on par with the cotton textile value chain. This step would create a level playing field for the MMF sector and would also encourage product diversification in the textile and apparel sector. India is still lagging in technology levels in comparison to the competing nations, especially China. There is a huge dependence on the imported machinery. There is a dire need for the government to invest in the new age technology for building our capacities in this area and reduce our reliance on the imported technology, for which friends, government is taking serious initiatives to bring the world leading manufacturers to produce in Make in India. India, despite being a leading textile manufacturing country, lacks a brand of the MMF-based textile products which can be recognized globally. There exists a severe lack of information and awareness among the global buyers about India's competitiveness and strengths in the textile and apparel industry. It is desirable to have a mix of dedicated efforts from the government and the industry to develop and promote India as a manufacturing hub of sustainable, high quality and competitive textile and apparel products. The government of India is already making considerable efforts to bringing out various policy reforms for the upliftment of this sector. I, on behalf of the entire industry, would like to suggest some policy reforms which can prove to be beneficial for the MMF sector. On similar lines as the national textile policy, there can be a national fiber policy for setting out a vision and strategy for India. An advisory council may be set up for the MMF sector for monitoring the physical, non-physical and other matters relating to the MMF manufacturers, and also to take on an integrated approach to accelerate growth. Research and development should be there to upgrade to achieve higher quality standards. The government may collaborate with international research and development initiatives for joint projects and incentivize the Indian manufacturers to promote research and development. In line with natural fibers like cotton, wool, silk, jute, etc., the government may introduce schemes for the production and development of man-made fiber, raw materials, man-made fiber, and filament sector. I'm extremely confident that the government will take note of all these issues and suggestions and will extend all the necessary support for the holistic development of the MMF sector of India. Under the able guidance of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Indian textile sector will take every possible step to achieve the desired market size of $350 billion, market size including $100 billion export by 2025-2026, with the considerable share of MMF in the same. I once again thank the Hon'ble Union Minister for Textile, Commerce and Industry, Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, Hon'ble Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, and respected Secretary Textiles, Shri Upendra Prasad Singh IAS, for sparing their valuable time with us and making this event a grand success. I hope this webinar will be useful for all the stakeholders of the textile industry. I once again welcome and thank you all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for the warm words of welcome and setting the tone for today's interactive webinar on man-made fiber. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Shri Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors. Shri Prashant Agarwal is a co-founder and Joint Managing Director at Wazir Advisors. He has an extensive experience of 30 years in various corporate strategy, business creation, diversification, and performance enhancement assignments for Indian and international clients in textile and apparel sector. Shri Prashant, a textile graduate and MBA, has worked in manufacturing, sourcing, and marketing department with leading textile and apparel companies for initial 10 years. Besides being a speaker at various national and international textile and apparel conferences, he has been a guest faculty at IIT Delhi, IIM Ahmedabad, and also he was also on the board of some of the most successful textile parks promoted by Textile Ministry of Japan and Japan-India Fashion Forum, JIFF. May I now request Shri Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors, to make the theme presentation on $450 billion global man-made fiber textiles trade growth beacon for the Indian textile industry. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, all the honored guests. Let me just see if, I hope the presentation is visible to all. The content of, first of all, I really thank CITI for giving this opportunity to be part of as a knowledge partner. And the theme, because today we are talking about MMF industry. And that's why when we deliberated with CITI and we thought that let's put a theme where it gives inspiration to the industry to really invest big and take its due share. With this, let me give you some facts in this presentation, where my presentation, the contents are, first we'll talk about global Indian textile and apparel trade and the fiber demand. And then we'll talk about structural shifts in global textile industry, trends in global fashion industry, and then opportunities for India and way ahead. So this is the flow of the presentation today. Let me first see, this slide is very important. I always start sometimes to give everything in perspective. This trade, when we talk about textile and apparel industry, in 2019, we had $839 billion worth of trade, where $482 billion was garment, fabric $160 billion, yarn $26 billion, fiber $53 billion, home textiles $51 billion, and others $66 billion. So it's a big industry. While out of this industry, India has this year, we are expecting to achieve almost $40 billion. So we are really a small part of this industry, and it's a huge opportunity where we have everything in terms of value chain, cost competitiveness, the right manpower. So all of this is available. Why we can't double our share, it's really difficult to think. But I think the other important part in this slide is that from $839 billion with the growth rate which we have seen in the past and the growth rate that we are going to see in future, will be a $1 trillion trade. Textile and apparel industry will be a $1 trillion trade by 2025. So it's a growing industry. $1 trillion is a big number to really target and grow as part of this industry. Now, let's understand the global fiber demand of polyester and what is expected in future. So when we talk about global fiber demand, in 2021, it was 100 million tons. It is 100 million tons, and by 2030, it will be around 136 million ton. If you see why this slide is specifically shown, that if you see the share in 2020, cotton is having a share of 27%, polyester 55.4%, and others, which includes viscose, also 17.6%. With this growth, the share of polyester, I'm talking about the global share, will change to almost 60%. With viscose, again, more than 5%. So the share of global MMF industry will be 65 to 70% out of total share of 136 million ton. So we need to understand that if India has to be part of this growth story, then it has to be a major portion of this MMF industry going forward. And same way, if you see, and we could see the change, because this is what I have shown you, the picture of global fiber demand of, and then if you talk about Indian, in 2021, if you see, the cotton in India had a share of 52%, while polyester 37.3%, and others 10.7%. So we can see India always has been cotton dominated industry, while globally the MMF is growing. So I am not saying at any point of time cotton should not be focused. Cotton is an important segment for us. We should focus in a big way, and we have further growth opportunities there. But we can't be missing out on MMF industry opportunity. We can see the size, we can see the immense possibilities which exist in MMF fiber segment. So if we focus, because the kind of product development, kind of growth which happens in synthetic industry, the whole image, what we had earlier of polyester as a economic fiber or as a low cost fiber has completely changed. Now everything with a lot of different permutation combination is possible in MMF segment. So after understanding the global industry and the fiber industry, let's really understand, because as a business, if we have to invest, we have to really understand this structural shift which are impacting the global textile and apparel industry. The first, as I have already explained in earlier slides, a fiber shift. Synthetic fiber will gain more importance. So do we want to be part of that structural shift? We as country, as companies, we have to decide. Second important is manufacturing shift. Manufacturing landscape will be influenced by 3 C's: cost, competitiveness, and closeness. So we have to be really, really cost competitive. We have to be close to the market, while India has an advantage of having a domestic market itself also. So the fiber shift, the manufacturing shift, technology shift, very important, because when we are talking about manufacturing excellence, it cannot be brought by really be part of technology shift. And India is leader in, and we have the people who understand technology well. So Industry 4.0 will be the key for achieving manufacturing and supply chain excellence. We have to really be first in analytics, analyzing, taking fast decisions, having our SOPs in place and really focusing on our shop floor, our training, our industry working to ensure that we are in the forefront. The other part is consumption shift. Fashion consumption will continue to evolve, driven by technology and innovation. So there are a lot of innovations which are coming in technology, whether it's reduced water consumption or it is different printing technologies, or so all of those will change the way and the fashion is driven. And the last, which we all know, environmental shift, where sustainability will be the strong pillar of future growth. So I think these 5 points are really, really key for all our future investment. It's not about money to be invested, technology to be purchased, but it's all the 5 pillars have to be thought of. So I thought, let me remind everyone so that when they are thinking of investing. The other important part is trends to really understand, and because we are all part of consumer, we all consume these clothes which are shown here. So we understand that these trends are real trends and are happening live in domestic as well as international market. Trends in global fashion industry are largely driven by demand for MMF. Inclination towards comfort wear, increasing focus on health and hygiene, emphasis on participation in sports and related activities, heightened attention towards functional garments. I think all is possible because of different innovations, different blends, different combinations, whether in yarn stage, at the weaving stage, at the fabric stage, which are being done because in MMF industry. And where you sweat the most, the sportswear, the activewear, there you have MMF. So it's not about comfort. It's what kind of fiber being used in all these segments. So we all are part of it, so we can understand it really well. And we can know, when I am talking about being a large domestic industry, India imports $3.5 billion worth of MMF products. When we are talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when we are talking about being self-sufficient in textiles, I think while I am not saying this 3.5 can ever become zero, but I think we can focus through import substitution itself is a big scope in this industry. Fabric worth $1.14 billion is imported, both knit and woven fabrics. Apparel worth 65 million. Home textiles 176 million. Yarn 933 million. Fiber 314 million. So with this kind of import, we can really see the focus can start from here. Definitely it can be much larger, but focus can start here. We as a country can't be seen as an importer of fabric, and our industrialists have to really invest big. So I think with all those statistics and numbers, last few slides where we are talking about what Indian industry should do to take larger share of MMF. I think focus on investment across value chain, and this is a golden opportunity. I think the trigger has been the government PLI scheme over a period of time will lead to 50,000 crore plus investment in fabrics and garments in MMF industry. Investment in fiber and filament segment is already happening with bigger players investing big way in this industry. With Mitra, mega integrated textile region scheme will lead to huge investment driven by latest infrastructure. I think the trigger has been, the catalyst has been there with the government. Now, I think it's the industry who has to really come forward and invest. We did a study, detailed study of almost 7-8 global research institutes. What these countries like Taiwan, Japan, Korea, Germany, those who are really, really big in MMF have done. I think developing world-class product development and research institute is an important segment. Where initially, I have seen when we initially 3-4 years is where government do a big funding. But after that, through industry participation, if the real research and development happens, industry takes a lead and government input becomes zero. So this is a kind of transition which most of the global institutes have done. We can partner in developing a world-class, not testing, product development and research institute. We can partner in technical collaboration to know MMF processing with Korea, Taiwan, and Japan. These cost is becoming really big. There are technicians who are available who can work for with us 2-3 years contract where they can set our processes, set our fabrics. I think this know-how, if transferred well in time, can be a really big booster for us. And while we are talking about product development and know-how in processing, I think maybe 5 to 10% of the overall investment. I'm not talking about big FDI, attracting FDI for selected countries, which can act as a catalyst for investments by Indian companies to train mid and senior level people. So once investment happens, there are a lot of training of people happens, and then it can go to with other investors to invest big. So I think these are what I feel some of the points, taking cue from some of the numbers which I have shown earlier. Indian industry should be able to take a larger share if they follow these steps. Some of the present opportunities, high future subsegments. So we know garment and home textiles, $538 billion trade, technical textiles, $183 billion trade, MMF textiles and garments, $193 billion trades. So all of this trade and the growth which is happening in this segment, I think some of the key categories of MMF textiles and garments can be sportswear, activewear, outdoor clothing, other specialty garments, winter garments, men's and women's wear. Technical textiles, medical textiles, protective textiles, geo, composites, agro textiles, and definitely other segments. Overall, there's a big trade which is happening for knitted tops and bottoms, woven tops, women dresses, men's innerwear, and home textiles. So if we focus on these products and invest big through PLI, through non-PLI, whatever way we want to invest, I think opportunity is big. So in the end, what I can say, through whether you talk in terms of statistics, what is happening on the ground, how the consumption is happening, how the consumer is behaving, I think it is right time to focus big on MMF. And that's why CITI all focused on this theme of the conference. Government is supporting for investment infrastructure FTA discussions. Our chairman also, just CITI chairman, talked about that how government is taking every proactive step, whether for FTA or for schemes. I think there was never a time where so much effort has been done by government to see that industry get what it deserves. Now, companies have to really work on investments, partnerships, capacity building through training in India and outside. And I would say only, let's do it and give India the position it deserves for the MMF industry. Thank you. Thank you to all the audience and CITI for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sri Prashant Agarwal, for the informative theme presentation and valuable insights on the challenges, opportunities, and way forward. So let me announce, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to announce that our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, have joined the CITI Manmade Fibre Conclave 2022 now. It is indeed a great honor and pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, on behalf of Confederation of Indian Textile Industry CITI and the entire textile industry. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I have immense pleasure in welcoming Sri Upendra Prasad Singh, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Textiles. Sri Upendra Prasad Singh J is a 1985 batch Indian Administrative Service Officer of Odisha cadre. He did his BTech and MTech in Mechanical Engineering from IIT Kanpur, held important assignments in both central and state governments, and possesses rich and varied experience. Presently, Sri UP Singh is Secretary to Government of India, Ministry of Textiles. He was appointed as Secretary in the Ministry of Textiles with effect from 27th January 2021. He is responsible for the formulation of policy planning, development, export promotion, and regulation of the textile industry in India. He joined the Ministry of Water Resources and River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation on June 1st, 2016 as Additional Secretary, and also held the post of Mission Director, National Water Mission, NWM. Later, he assumed the charge of Director General, National Mission for Cleaning Ganga on October 7, 2016. He was appointed as Secretary in the Department of Water Resources, River Development and Ganga Rejuvenation, Ministry of Jal Shakti. Prior to joining the Ministry of Water Resources, R&D and GR, he worked as Additional Secretary in the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. He has the experience of working in different sectors like water resources, finance, steel, transport, etc. May I now request Sri Upendra Prasad Singh, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Textiles, to deliver the keynote address. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of the State for Railways and Textile, Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji. All the friends who are present right now through this webinar. First of all, I must thank CITI Chairman and his entire team for organizing this very important conclave. I would also like to thank Prashant Agrawal for a very nice presentation and also giving certain suggestions for the road ahead. I have been here now for about a year, and during this last 1 year, I have tried to understand as much as possible as far as the textile industry is concerned. And I do agree when Prashant said, I think the kind of strengths which we have, our presence in the entire value chain, the all other kind of ingredients which we have present, I think we should have been a much larger player in the world textile trade as compared to where we are actually. The overall world textile trade as well as in MMF and as well as in export. However, everybody is very gung-ho. The industry, the government, everybody feels that perhaps this is a very right time. This is a very exciting time, I keep saying, for the textile industry as a whole. And maybe this is the stage where we can take off for a quantum leap actually. Maybe certain opportunities has come our way. For example, everybody talks of a China plus one strategy, which is West is adopting, which is giving a lot of opportunity to India. In fact, today I am told that, let's say you talk of the labor cost. China labor cost is something like at least 4 to 5 times what we have in India actually. So that itself should be kind of a great thing for us, provided we are productive, provided our productivity is good, provided we are efficient. I need not say what government has done because already my job has been made easier by CITI chairman, whether it was a duty rationalization, which is a very cumbersome exercise in India. I must say, my experience of last 1 year has been that duty rationalization, when we talk of, is not very easy. Depending on, because we have a very fragmented value chain. So depending on you are a player in the spinning sector or whether it's the weaving sector or whether you are in a producer of raw material, perhaps your interest may even be at variance with each other. What government tries to do is basically we try to marry the interest of everyone and so that take a decision which is the larger interest of the industry. Simply, for example, yesterday also a gentleman has come who was basically talking in terms of increasing the import duty on things like let's say a polyester staple fiber or polyester yarn actually. But then there will be the industry which will say those who use those polyester fiber and polyester yarn would not like the import duty to be increased. Similarly, you remember all these anti-dumping duty which we have removed actually and which has been good for the industry, I feel. But still those who are, let's say, producer of viscose stable fiber or those who are producers of PTA and MEG, they wouldn't be very happy with the removal of anti-dumping duty on those products. So it's a little delicate balancing or delicate rope walking for the government, which we have been doing, thinking that we should work basically what maximizes. We always have an optimization or maximization exercises subject to certain constraints. Like the way, let's say, I studied in maths or something used to be that maximize A1 x1 plus B2 x2 blah blah and all subject to certain 1, 2, 3, 4 constraints. So we have been trying to do that. We have already talked on more than one forum. I would certainly, again, I feel that I didn't think that ROSCTL would have seen the light of the day and would continue till 2024. I thought it's a closed chapter. It has got merged in dot tape, but it's a magnanimity of Honorable Prime Minister and the efforts of our ministers that ROSCTL got revived and with the same rates and it will continue as to 2024. But here I would say that taste of pudding is in eating. Yesterday only I was talking to certain problems relating to ROSCTL scripts. I was talking to Revenue Secretary, Mr. Tarun Bajaj, yesterday afternoon. And then he says that because a lot of people feel that this ROSCTL or ROTTA benefits, instead of getting into the scripts, it could have been perhaps credited into the accounts of the exporters, like duty drawback. And then he said that ROSL has that provision, and ROSL did not kind of show any positive impact on the export. Now, it could happen that there are maybe ROSL would have maybe arrested the decline or something. It could be possible. But someone should be able to explain that why, let us say, ROSCL did not spur the kind of export growth which was expected. Even today, I of course, we tell everyone that how we are going to not only touch perhaps 40 billion, hopefully in another 20 days time, we should be crossing the 40 billion mark this year as far as export is concerned. But then we also have to look at little more closely, in the sense that how much of that growth has come through volume, how much of that growth has come through a price increase actually. Because I would be happy only if it comes through the larger volume. And then also again we get into it, in the sense that if a maximum increase, let us say, is because of the cotton yarn. Now, I am not too comfortable, even though we have not taken any steps which our garment industry friends suggested, like banning the export of cotton yarn or cotton fab, cotton, raw cotton, or putting a quantity restrictions. Government deliberately has not taken those decisions because government doesn't believe in interfering too much with the market forces actually, and it is expected that market forces correct, because sometimes what happens that you take one intervention somewhere else may lead to problem elsewhere actually. So, but then I or the government is not very comfortable with exporting, let us say, raw cotton or cotton yarn. I would like basically to see the growth coming in apparel and garment sector, which provides employment. But when we look at the apparel and garment sectors, we do not find that we have grew, or the space which has been vacated by the China, whether we have occupied that growth. So it's very important that while government comes up with ROSCTL for certain products and ROTTA for other chapters, other than 60, 61, 62 kind of, but then industry has to look into a little more closely, each go by product, country by country, where there is a scope which we must kind of utilize. We talked about, a mention was made about the PLI. PLI, as you rightly have said, that it is basically for man-made fiber and technical textile. And that we realized, the government has realized that our growth primarily has to come from the MMF sector. It cannot come only from a natural fiber. While natural fiber continues to be our strength, it will continue to be our strength. Not that we are giving up on natural fiber or cotton, but it has its own limitations. Everybody knows, while we are trying, CITI also is trying basically to increase the cotton productivity, quality of the cotton. We are conscious of that. We are working with the Agriculture Ministry on that. But the fact remains, if you really see after 2013-14 kind of, there has been no increase in the cotton production. So whatever growth will have to come primarily from the man-made fiber. And that is why we have gone for the PLI. Of course, I would like to talk separately to CITI and other industry bodies as far as the PLIs and the way forward there is concerned. Similarly, PM Mitra, one good thing is that all the states are very enthusiastic about the mega textile park coming under PM Mitra. I expect at least now 15th would be the last date. I have already got proposal from some 9 states or so, and maybe another 3 at least I expect in 3-4 days time. So I expect at least the proposal for PM Mitra Park to be received from 12 states. And some of the states have a given proposal for more than one park. For example, Karnataka has given proposal for 2 parks. Rajasthan has given proposal for 3 parks. The states are very enthusiastic, because this is one sector which provides perhaps the largest employment, second largest employment provides, but the growth perhaps in employment will come from this sector. But then our job is not just to make the parks. with the world-class infrastructure, with plug-and-play facility. What would be more important is that basically the industries come forward and set up the shops there actually, and there we have to work. We are trying to subsidize in infrastructure. We have also have a small kind of a mini PLI within the park for those who do not avail of PLI. It's more like an early bird incentive who comes to the park, because we will like the park to be fully utilized. In fact, the other day, just to understand, I had gone to Vizag 2 days back, taking advantage of the weekend. I have gone to Vizag and saw the Brandix apparel park there. And frankly speaking, I was a little disappointed. The kind of industry should have come up, the kind of land, the way it should have been utilized. Most of the land is still lying utilized, even though we have taken up this park, of course, partly we assisted also under SITP long back. So we have to make it, while it is exciting to talk about PLI, it's exciting to talk about PM Mitra Park, but industry and government have to work together actually, so that the benefit of size and scale, which we always say, that even today we say that if the big order comes from some international sourcing player, we are not in a position to meet that, or even if they meet, we take a lot of time actually, because right now the kind of size and scale we lack, which not only leads to very high logistics cost, which also leads to a lot of lead time actually. And I hope this PM Mitra Park would not only reduce logistics cost, but also cut down substantially on lead time. Lastly, of course, when we are talking of exports, one of the points always made by the industry had been that we do not have a level playing field vis-a-vis some of our competitors. While I concede that, but I'm saying every country has some advantages and every country has some disadvantages. China today, almost in everything, if you see, China's share would be about 50% or so, and it is not that the China did it on the strength of FTA. They took advantage of something else actually. So while, as has been recognized by CITI chairman, that very recently in a record 88 days time, FTA with UAE was clinched. And then our minister is working very hard on some of the other FTA as well. And we expect not only a few more FTAs of fructifying this year, even if where the FTA doesn't come maybe within this year from, let's say, with the UK, at least we will have an early harvest agreement covering textiles, so it will also help. But I think, and maybe after some time, some of our competing countries may lose that advantage they have of GSP plus or GSP LDC, but that would take its own time. So I think our strengths, our presence in entire value chain and many other things which we are very good in raw material. Not many countries are so good in raw material, in the sense that not only we are largest producer of cotton and second largest producer of silk on man-made fibers side, the kind of refinery capacity we have, the kind of naphtha which we produce, from which basically you get the paraxylene and PTA, MEG. So I think right from a raw material up to a garmenting, we have a good strength actually, and this is time to perhaps show our muscle and come, at least as far as export is concerned. I think in 2-3 years time we could again come back as number 2 exporter, and because the gap between the 2, 3, 4, 5 who are ahead of us is not very huge actually. So be it a Bangladesh, be it a Vietnam, or be it a Germany and Italy as well, I think we should be able to cross them. The Prashant also talked about import. The fact remains that generally we don't talk much of import of textile. In India, basically, whenever we talk only of our export. But this import figure, which he just now said, about 3.5 billion of MMF products, is quite substantial. And there is no reason why we should have such a high MMF import. As he rightly said, yes, some import, some export will take place in every commodity for certain regions actually. So some import will take place, but 3.5 billion USD is a fairly large import. And when we are pretty strong, Yesterday only a gentleman came and then he says how our capacity of polyester is utilized only about 60% or so. So we have the capacities, and we need to be more efficient, we need to be more competitive, we need to be more cost competitive. And I think there are good days ahead for the textile industry. Government is with you, and I expect industry also to rise to the occasion, and there is no reason why we couldn't become a much bigger and more important player than we have. So thank you very much once again, and thanks for giving me an opportunity to share some of my thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, respected Secretary Sir, for your keynote address and valuable insights and inspiration to the MMF textile industry to scale up its activities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great honor and pleasure to welcome our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, to kindly inaugurate the CITI Manmade Fibre Conclave 2022 and deliver the inaugural address. Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji is an Indian politician and currently serving as Minister of State of Textiles and Railways. She is member of the Lok Sabha representing the Surat constituency in Gujarat. She is a member of the Bharatiya Janata Party and was elected to 15th Lok Sabha in 2009, following by 16th Lok Sabha in 2014 and 17th Lok Sabha in 2019. She was instrumental in setting up an international airport in Surat to boost diamond trade. In 2014, Darshana Madam won from Surat with a historic margin of 5,33,190 votes, which is the highest lead by any woman MP in Indian electoral history, and the fourth highest lead in 2014 elections. She won with 76.6% vote share, which is a record for the 2014 elections. Coming to Ministry of Textiles, Darshana, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, has been proactive and instrumental in bringing out many policy reforms announced recently for the overall growth of the textile sector, such as ROSTL, Scheme for Remission of Duties and Taxes on Exported Products, ROTEP, Production Linked Incentive Scheme, PLI, for man-made fiber fabrics and garments and technical textiles. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the entire textile industry and CITI, may I now request our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, to kindly inaugurate the CITI Man-Made Fiber Conclave 2022 and deliver the inaugural address. Welcome, Madam.
नमस्ते देवी और सज्जनों, मुझे बेहद प्रसन्नता हो रही कि सिटी ने मुझे इंटरेक्टिव मैनमेड फाइबर कॉन्क्लेव 2022 के में वक्ता के रूप में आमंत्रित किया है। इस सम्मान के लिए मैं सिटी के अध्यक्ष श्री टी राजकुमार जी को बहुत आभारी हूँ। आज हमारे साथ टेक्सटाइल सेक्रेटरी श्री उपेंद्र सिंह जी, श्री टी राजकुमार जी, डिप्टी चेयरमैन श्री राकेश मेहरा जी, वजीर एडवाइज़र के जॉइंट एमडी श्री प्रशांत अग्रवाल जी और बहुत सारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। और आज आप इसे समय में ये कॉन्क्लेव का आयोजन करने जा रहे हैं जब प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र भाई मोदी जी ने आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव में बहुत सारे संकल्प सभी मिनिस्ट्री से किए हैं। और इसी साल टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री ने कई इनिशिएटिव ऐसे लिए हैं जो आने वाले समय में मैनमेड फाइबर के लिए और MMF के लिए बहुत अच्छे साबित होंगे। और ऐसे समय में सिटी ने जो आयोजन किया है, मैं सभी को धन्यवाद देती हूँ। मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सभी गणमान्य अतिथि और सदस्यों को धन्यवाद देना चाहती हूँ और आशा करती हूँ कि ये वेबिनार सभी एक्सपर्ट्स जो ग्लोबली MMF वैल्यू चेन में जो मामले पर चर्चा करने का एक अनूठा अवसर आप लोगों ने सोचा है, वो बहुत अच्छे से ग्लोबल सिनेरियोस को भारत के विभिन्न व्यावसायिक अवसरों को बेहतर प्रदर्शन के लिए कार्य करने में समर्थ होगा। ये बड़े हर्ष की बात है कि सिटी ने MMF क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण उभरते अवसरों पर चर्चा करने के लिए वेबिनार आयोजित करने का विकल्प चुना, जो सरकार के लिए प्राथमिकता वाले क्षेत्र में ऐसे एक है। इसमें भी महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि यह वेबिनार ऐसे समय में आयोजित किया जा रहा है जब सरकार प्रोडक्शन से जुड़े हुए स्कीम जैसे PLI स्कीम, मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क जैसे कई नीतिगत सुधार करके हम लोग आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। विश्व में भारतीय कपड़ा और रेडीमेड गारमेंट के लिए संपूर्ण वैल्यू एडिड में एक अद्वितीय कच्चे माल के आधार और विनिर्माण शक्ति का सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा है। यह क्षेत्र 45 मिलियन से अधिक लोगों को प्रत्यक्ष रोजगार प्रदान करता है और 100 मिलियन से अधिक लोगों के लिए अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से आजीविका का स्रोत है, जिसमें बड़ी संख्या में महिलाएं जुड़ी है और ग्रामीण आबादी वाले लोग शामिल हैं। विश्व में छठे सबसे बड़े एक्सपोर्ट के रूप में भारतीय कपड़ा और उद्योग परिधान उद्योग वैश्विक परिदृश्य में एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाता है। इसलिए कपड़ा और परिधान उद्योग को लगातार बदलते प्रवृत्तियों और मांगों के अनुकूल अपने अनुकूलता के हिसाब से चलने के लिए आवश्यक है। वैश्विक कपड़ा और परिधान व्यापार में MMF का कुल व्यापार लगभग उनका हिस्सा 60 से 65% है। इसने वैश्विक स्तर पर पिछले एक दशक में मैनमेड फाइबर के प्रोडक्शन की खपत में प्राकृतिक फाइबर के उपयोग को पीछे छोड़ दिया है। कॉटन आधारित वस्त्र, कपास की सीमित आपूर्ति के साथ साथ तेजी से बदलते फैशन की प्रवृत्तियां, स्वच्छता और फिटनेस पर बढ़ते और ऑर्गेनाइज कपड़ों की कम कीमतें और गैर बुनाई तकनीकी के कारण बढ़ते ये तकनीकी वस्त्रों के बढ़ते उपयोग के कारण मानव निर्मित फाइबर आधारित वस्त्रों की वैकल्पिक मांग में बहुत सारी वृद्धि हुई है। इसके विपरीत भारतीय कपड़ा और परिधान उद्योग में भी अभी भी कपास का वर्चस्व है, जिसमें कपास आधारित कपड़ा उत्पादकों के कुल बाजार का 60% हिस्सा है। अब तक भारत वैश्विक क्षेत्र में पैदा हुए MMF अवसरों का लाभ नहीं उठा सकती, जबकि पूरे वर्ल्ड में इससे 75 से 80% का यूज होता है। तो ये जो MMF के बाजार को ज़्यादातर चीन द्वारा वितरित किया जाता है या मानव निर्मित वस्त्र और परिधान उत्पाद को सबसे बड़ा निर्यातक है। इसके विपरीत इस बड़े व्यापार में भारत का योगदान चीन की तुलना में बहुत कम है। भले ही भारत वैश्विक स्तर पर पॉलिएस्टर और विस्कोस का दूसरा सबसे बड़ा उत्पादक है, परंतु दोनों देशों के निर्यात के बीच का अंतर बहुत अधिक है। भारतीय कपड़ा उद्योग के सामने एक्सपोर्टर के सामने एक नवीन बाजार नया खड़ा है और शर्तें इतनी है कि कपास आधारित कपड़ा उत्पादकों के अलावा MMF उत्पादकों के लिए निर्माण में भी खुद को सम्मिलित करें। तो प्रोडक्शन के लिए ज़्यादा ये जो नई स्कीम लाई है वो काफ़ी सपोर्ट करेंगी। सरकार ने 2025-26 तक 100 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर के एक्सपोर्ट के लिए 350 बिलियन अमेरिकी डॉलर के बाजार आकार को प्राप्त करने की महत्वाकांक्षी दृष्टिकोण को निर्धारित किया है। इसे हासिल करने के लिए हमारे फाइबर बेस में वृद्धि करने की आवश्यकता है और कपास को उगाने पर जो सीमाओं के साथ में MMF को विकसित करने को भी ध्यान देना होगा। भारत के विकास को समावेशी तथा सहभागी बनाने के लक्ष्य को ध्यान में रखते हुए सरकार द्वारा अपनी श्रेणी में सर्वश्रेष्ठ विनिर्माण बुनियादी ढांचे का निर्माण, प्रौद्योगिक उन्नयन के नवीनता को बढ़ावा देना, कौशल एक्सपर्ट के साथ में कपड़े के क्षेत्र को पारंपरिक तरीके से मजबूत बनाने पर जोर दिया जा रहा है। पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत सरकार ने MMF निर्माताओं को विश्व स्तर पर प्रतिस्पर्धी और सक्षम बनाने के लिए कच्चे माल के एंटी डंपिंग शुल्क हटाने तथा कीमतों पर कच्चे माल की खरीद में कई ऐतिहासिक पथदर्शक निर्णय किए हैं। PTA से डंपिंग शुल्क हटाना, विस्कोस VCF पे डंपिंग रोध को शुल्क हटाना, एक्रेलिक फाइबर से डंपिंग शुल्क हटाना, PSF MGF के आदि पर प्रस्तावित ADS की अस्वीकृति, ऐसे कई स्टेप के साथ में MMF को बढ़ावा देने के लिए सरकार ने काफ़ी प्रयत्न किए हैं। भारत सरकार ने PLI स्कीम जब शुरू करी MMF के लिए टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल, रेडीमेड गारमेंट्स और इसके लिए जैसे कोविड के बाद में हम लोग दूसरे नंबर के सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्टर PPE किट के बने, तो उसी के स्तर का कपड़ा बनाना, आर्मी के कपड़े यहाँ पे बनते हैं, बलून बैग्स में और कई फर्निशिंग के लिए जो कपड़े, कारपेट्स वगैरह, उसके लिए जो टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल की जो भी PLI स्कीम है वो काफ़ी उनको सपोर्ट करेगा और इसमें ग्लोबल मार्केट को देखकर हम लोग आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। सरकार ने 7 साल में 4,445 करोड़ के 7 मेगा टेक्सटाइल पार्क स्थापना करने की भी मंजूरी, PM मित्र पार्क की मंजूरी भी दी है। जिस तरह से अभी यूपी सिंह जी ने बताया कि 12 स्टेट और एक स्टेट में से एक से ज़्यादा पार्क की लोगों की इच्छा है, तो तो इसमें बुनियादी ढांचे के साथ साथ में प्लग एंड प्ले जैसे ही सभी कार्गो टर्मिनल से एयरवेज से वहाँ पे जो भी कॉलोनियाँ बसेगी, जहाँ पे श्रम काम करेंगे, सबको एक साथ में लेके ट्रेनिंग के साथ में हम जो MMF के प्रोडक्शन में जो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा उनके कपड़े के लिए बनाने के लिए जो इस स्कीम का उपयोग करेंगे, इसके लिए हम लोगों ने पूरी वैल्यू चेन को कच्चे माल से लेकर रेडीमेड फार्म टू फाइबर और फिर फॉरेन तक की योजना के लिए हम लोगों ने सपोर्ट किया है। इसी प्रकार एक्सपोर्ट को बढ़ावा देने के लिए भारत सरकार ने 1 जनवरी 2021 से RMG और मेडअप सहित कई एक्सपोर्ट के लिए रोड टेप की शुल्क की करों में भी छूट देने की मंजूरी दी है। ये योजना एक्सपोर्ट के लिए केंद्रीय, राज्य और स्थानिक शुल्क करों को वापस कर देगी और भारतीय कपड़ा और परिधान उत्पादकों को अधिक प्रतिस्पर्धा बना देगी। हमारी सरकार इन बाजारों में भारत की हिस्सेदारी बढ़ाने के लिए प्रमुख कपड़ा और परिधान बाजारों के साथ मुक्त व्यापार पे बात करने के लिए FTA, जैसे अभी यूपी सिंह जी ने बताया कि UAE के साथ जो हमारे व्यापक आर्थिक भागीदारी समझौता जो हुआ है, इसमें मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि संयुक्त अरब अमीरात भारत के MMF उत्पादकों के पसंदीदा स्थलों में से एक है और CEPA के बाद भारत के अगले 5 वर्षों में अपने कुल TNA निर्यात में $2 मिलियन की वृद्धि होने की संभावना है। यह भारतीय युवाओं के लिए, खास करके महिलाओं के लिए, ये परिधान क्षेत्र में अतिरिक्त रोजगार अवसर पैदा करेगा। ऑस्ट्रेलिया, UK, UAE और कनाडा आदि जैसे प्रमुख देशों के साथ भी ये व्यापार समझौता प्रक्रिया में जल्द पूरा करने के लिए हमारे मंत्री श्री पीयूष गोयल जी काफ़ी इसमें बातचीत कर रहे हैं। मैं व्यापार समझौते के भारतीय कपड़ा और परिधान उद्योग के लिए एक नया प्रवेश द्वार खोलेंगे जो भारत को कपड़ा और एक्सपोर्ट निर्यात देने में मदद करेगा। भारत को MMF टेक्सटाइल उत्पादकों में अग्रणीकर्ता के रूप में उभरने के लिए एक लंबा रास्ता तय करना है। रास्ता आसान भी नहीं है, लेकिन हमें उत्पाद की गुणवत्ता, मानक, समय सीमा और कीमतों के मामले में चीन, ताइवान, कोरिया आदि जैसे स्थापित देशों से कड़ी प्रतिस्पर्धा का सामना करना होगा। हालांकि इन देशों में विनिर्माण की बढ़ती लागत के साथ भारत के लिए इन उच्च मूल्य वर्धित उत्पाद श्रेणियों के लिए निर्माण में निवेश आकर्षित करने का अवसर है। भारतीय वस्त्र और परिधान उत्पादकों की उन उत्कृष्ट कारीगरी, आश्वासन, स्थायित्व और अन्य तकनीकी के कारण जाना जाता है। हम सभी को अपनी इस छवि का लाभ उठाने के लिए ग्लोबल मार्केट को MMF वस्त्र और परिधान के लिए एक अपनी जगह बनाने की जरूरत है। भारतीय कपड़ा और परिधान उद्योग के लिए एक सक्रिय दृष्टिकोण अपनाने और इस क्षेत्र को विकास के लिए आवश्यक कार्रवाई करने का समय आ गया है। सरकार इस बात से अवगत है कि MMF उद्योग के संबंधित कई मुद्दे हैं जिसका समाधान किए जाने की आवश्यकता है। पिछले सालों में सरकार ने विभिन्न अनुकूल नीतिगत निर्णय लेकर इनमें से कई मुद्दे को हल करने का प्रयास किया है। ये सरकार ऐसी है जो होल ऑफ द गवर्नमेंट अप्रोच के साथ में बातचीत से हर समस्या का हल निकालती है। मैं कपड़ा उद्योग को आश्वासन देती हूँ कि सरकार विभिन्न जो इंटरनल हमारे जो समाधान किए गए उद्योग के साथ में मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध है। जो भारत में MFF क्षेत्र को विकास में बाधा में जो साबित हो रहे हैं उसको भी हम लोग आगे जाके बातचीत से हल करेंगे। विश्व को भारतीय कपड़ा और परिधान क्षेत्र की वास्तविक क्षमता दिखाने का यही समय है, सही समय है। मुझे लगता है, यकीन है कि भारत दुनिया में MMF के कपड़े के साथ में एक प्रमुख रूप में एक्सपोर्ट के साथ में उभरेगा और इन उत्पादनों को विश्व भर में पहुंचाएगा। जैसे अभी टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल में हमारे यहाँ आर्मी के भी कपड़े बनने लगे। बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं, बैग्स वगैरह में बनने वाले, बलून में बनने वाले कपड़े भी जब हम लोग उसके उत्पादन के लिए 400, मैं रेल मंत्रालय से भी जुड़ी हूँ, तो 400 वंदे भारत ट्रेन बनने वाली है। इसके अंदर भी सीट्स वगैरह और जो भी इंटीरियर के जरूरी सामान भी टेक्निकल टेक्सटाइल से बने जाएंगे। तो मुझे विश्वास है कि आज की ये बातचीत से भारत के जो हमारे MMF के उद्योगकार है उनको निवेश और विकास के लिए वो मार्ग प्रशस्त होगा जो सरकार के विजन के साथ में आगे बढ़े। और फिर से मैं सिटी को इस कॉन्क्लेव में मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए धन्यवाद देती हूँ। इसमें से काफ़ी लोगों को बार बार मिलना हुआ, बातचीत करनी भी हुई। अभी सभी स्टेक होल्डर से बात करने का रिकॉर्ड टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री ने माननीय पीयूष गोयल जी के साथ में बनाया है कि जिस तरह से हम लोगों ने कॉटन के सेक्टर को, टेक्सटाइल के अन्य क्षेत्र से, जिस तरह से जो ये जीएसटी का मामला भी हुआ था, तभी स्टेक होल्डर से बात करके उनकी समस्या सुलझाने के लिए हम लोगों ने काफ़ी बातचीत की है। तो इसी तरह आने वाले समय में एक दूसरे के आइडिया को शेयर करके, एक दूसरे के साथ बातचीत करके हम लोग ग्लोबल मार्केट को कैच करने के लिए ये आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के वर्ग में संकल्प जरूर करेंगे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much. On behalf of CITI and Indian textile industry, I wholeheartedly thank Honorable Chief Guest Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, Honorable Minister of State for Textiles and Railways, for your inspiring inaugural address and visionary thoughts and guidance to the man-made fiber and technical textile industry to become global champions in this sector. Your inaugural address has really motivated and encouraged all of us. Honorable Minister, we will follow your valuable suggestions and guidance. May I now welcome and request Sri Ragesh Mehra, Deputy Chairman CITI, to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Sri Ragesh Mehra is also the Chairman of Messrs. Benswara Syntex Limited, Mumbai. Since 2018, Sri Ragesh Mehra is the President of the Indian Spinners Association, ISA, Mumbai, an association of man-made fiber yarn spinners of the country. He is the former chairman of the Synthetic and Rayon Textile Export Promotion Council, SRTPC. Thank you, sir, and welcome, sir. Sir, please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Sunanda. It is indeed a privilege to propose vote of thanks to the Honorable Minister of State, Shrimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji. Madam, your encouraging words have filled immense confidence and sense of responsibility amongst the industry captains. I assure you, on behalf of the textile industry, that we will leave no stone unturned to meet your expectations. Madam, on behalf of the entire textile and apparel industry, I express our sincere gratitude to the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Modi ji, the Honorable Minister Shri Goyal ji, and your good self for the recent historic policy announcements for the Indian textile and apparel industry, like the ROS-CTL scheme, the RODTEP scheme, the PLI scheme, and the Mitra scheme. All these will definitely encourage production, and we hope to achieve the ambitions set up by the Honorable Prime Minister. Madam, we are extremely confident that under your and the Honorable Minister's able guidance and visionary leadership, the Indian MMF industry will get many of our pending issues resolved soon, and the textile industry will not only achieve the visionary target of 350 billion domestic market size and 100 billion exports by 25-26, but also emerge as a global champion of the textile and apparel sectors in the coming decades. I'll be failing in my duties if I do not thank the Honorable Secretary Textiles, Shri Upendra Prasad Singh ji, IAS, for delivering the special address in the inaugural session. Sir, you always support the causes of the textile industry and ready to meet industry people to listen to their issues. Sir, your inspiring words always guide and motivate us. I once again thank you for your continued support to the entire textile industry. Sir, you have always been easily accessible, and I do recall the few instances I have met you. It has been so easy to access you, and I'm really grateful to you, sir, for that. I also thank Shri Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors, for the theme presentation, and the Wazir Advisors to the Knowledge Partner of the Conclave. Prashant has set in a good set of numbers and a roadmap to achieve the growth in MMF textiles, which I'm sure the industry will take into account and do the needful. I also thank Shri Rajkumar, Chairman CITI, for efficiently handling the issues of the textile and clothing industry since he has taken over as Chairman of CITI. I also wish all success for fruitful deliberations. I am sure that the Chairman of the sessions, including moderators and panelists, will bind the audience with their enriching deliberations, and textile fraternity would definitely get the answers of their queries, which they are expecting to hear from today's deliberations. I sincerely thank all the sponsors to this conclave, namely Banswara Syntex, Madura Coats, Indorama, Lakshmi Machine Works, Reater Industries, RSWM, Sangam, Satlaj Industries, and Vardhaman Textiles for sponsoring this event. Last but not the least, I would like to thank the audience and the delegates who have joined CITI MMF Conclave 22 from different parts of the world. Without your participation and involvement, this conclave will not culminate into a successful event. Once again, thank you all for being present here, and we now look forward to a really interesting deliberations during the rest of the few hours we have. Thank you very much. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for proposing the vote of thanks. We are now concluding the inaugural session. I profusely thank Hon'ble Minister of State of Textiles, Secretary Textiles, and dignitaries for addressing this August gathering comprising the entire textile and clothing value chain from across the globe. Thank you all for your kind participation. In 5 minutes from now, we will commence with the first panel discussion session. Now we have a team. So let us start the session, Global Market Situation and Emerging Trends in the Man-Made Based Textile Industry. So hope all the panelists are there.
Yeah, Udesh here. I'm here.
So I'll read so this session's Global Market Situation and Emerging Trends in the MMF-based textile industries. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now begin with this session. This session will highlight the current state of affairs in the global man-made fiber textile industry, covering the consumption and trade patterns and emerging market and product trends. The discussion will bring out how the man-made fiber landscape has shaped up in past and what lies ahead. The session will be chaired by Mr. O.P. Lohia, Chairman and Managing Director, Indorama Synthetics Limited, and moderated by Dr. Christian Sindler, Director General, International Textile Manufacturers Federation, ITMF. The eminent panelists for this session are Mr. Dheeraj Raichand Shah, Chairman, SRTPC, Mr. Raja M. Shanmugam, President, Tirupur Exporters Association, Mr. Prashant Deka, Head Market, India Head Market and Product DG, RMS Reater India Private Limited, Mr. Rajan D. Udeshi, President Polyester Chain, Reliance Industries Limited, Mr. Ajay Sardana, President and Head Corporate Affairs, Grasim Pulp and Fiber Business, Aditya Birla Management Corporation Private Limited, Mr. Prashant Mohta, Managing Director, Gimatex Industries Limited. The time duration for this session is approximately 1 hour. May I now welcome and request Shri Om Prakash Lohia to kindly chair the session and start the proceedings. Shri Om Prakash Lohia is the Chairman and Managing Director at Indorama Synthetics India Limited. Mr. Lohia is also on the board of GFL Limited, Indorama Retail Holdings Private Limited, and Lohia Industries Private Limited, and Gujarat Fluorochemicals Limited. In his past career, he occupied the position of Chief Financial Officer for Star Ferro and Cement Limited and Chairman of FICCI Textile Committee. May I request Shri Om Prakash Lohia to start the proceedings. Over to you, sir. Welcome, sir. I request you to kindly give the chair the session and give your opening remarks.
Good afternoon. I thank CITI to invite me to chair this session. There is tremendous opportunity in the man-made fiber industry, and as the subject is there, that what is the global market situation and emerging trends in the man-made fiber-based textile industry. Today, in the last few years, the man-made fiber industry have grown and taken position of higher than cotton. Actually, in the same time, India could not take the full opportunity of this growth opportunity. But now I think in the last 2-3 years, India has also realized that man-made fiber is very important, and there are a lot of schemes has been initiated to promote this. And I hope that with the current initiative taken by the government as well as the industry, we'll see tremendous growth in the man-made fiber sector for domestic consumption as well as for exports. We are delighted that this year India will be able to achieve a $40 billion of export for the first time. As our export was stagnating for the last few years, and now with the man-made fiber industry growth, it will be possible to take our export as targeted by the government also from 40 billion to $100 billion. And when we are going to take our export from 40 billion to 100 billion, we are going to see tremendous growth of man-made fiber industry. And this will only be possible if we take our export of man-made fiber from 10 billion to at least 40 to 50 billion. So if we see going ahead in our export basket also, cotton may grow from 30 to 50 billion. But whereas the opportunity for man-made fiber is to grow from 10 billion to 40 to 50 billion. So there is a lot of investment needed, and India has advantage of a man-made fiber industry where both the man-made fibers like polyester or viscose all are available. In India is the largest, second largest producer of polyester and also largest producer of viscose. So with this opportunity, I think there is tremendous opportunity, and I hope and I think India will definitely take initiative, and industry will, in the deliberation coming forward, will be able to see that what steps needs to be taken and how the industry can take it forward. So now I transfer this to Mr. Christian Snyder to take the session ahead.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now welcome and request our distinguished moderator, Dr. Christian Sindler, Director General, International Textile Manufacturers Federation, ITMF, to moderate the session and carry forward the proceedings. Dr. Christian P. Sindler is the Director General, International Textile Manufacturers Federation, ITMF. ITMF is the international forum of the global textile industry. ITMF was founded in 1904 and is headquartered in Zurich, Switzerland. Its members are associations and companies from the textile and allied industries. Dr. Sindler started his career in ITMF as economist in 2004 and was promoted to the position of director in January 2006. At the Federation's annual conference in Dubai, UAE in September 2006, he was nominated as elected Director General as of January 1, 2007. May I now request Dr. Christian Sindler to moderate the session and give the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sunanda, and thank you very much, Mr. Lohia, for chairing the session and for the kind introduction to this session. Thank you also to CITI for having put together this very interesting and timely event, the Man-Made Fibre Conclave 2022. It's a big honor and pleasure to moderate this session, and I'm very pleased to welcome such experts from different segments of the whole Indian textile value chain, from fiber producers, associations, as well as manufacturers of textiles and garments. I would like to introduce very shortly the 6 panelists, and then we'll start asking questions to the panelists. If there are questions from the audience and Dr. Sunanda allows questions to be asked from the audience, we will have time to cover these questions at the end of the session. Let me start introducing first the 6 panelists. We have today on the panel Mr. Jirai Raichan Cha, Chairman of Synthetic and Rayon Textile Export Promotion Council. Welcome, sir. We have furthermore Mr. Raja M. Shanmugam, President, Tirupur Exporters Association. Furthermore, we welcome Mr. Prasanta Dekar, Head Market India for Rita India. Welcome, sir. A person that doesn't really need an introduction is, of course, our dear friend, Mr. Rajin D. Udeshi, President, Polyester Chain, Reliance Industry. Welcome, sir. It's a great pleasure having you with us. Mr. Ajay Sadana, welcome, sir. President of the Head of Corporate Affairs of Grasim Pulp and Fiber Business, Aditya Birla Management Corporation. Welcome, sir, to you as well. And finally, but not last, at least, Mr. Prashant Mohota, Managing Director of Gematex Industry, an integrated textile company out of Gujarat. Gentlemen, I have prepared several questions, and I invite one person first to answer a question, but invite at the same time other panelists to add to any of these questions if they feel this would be important and relevant. And therefore, don't be shy to unmute yourself during the session if you would like to add also your comment to one of these questions that are not directly addressed to yourself. I start the session with Mr. Shah of the Synthetic and Rayon Textile Export Promotion Council to set the scene. We have set the scene already by the various keynote speakers today. Nevertheless, I think it's important to start this session with the question of the volumes of man-made fibers and filaments that are actually produced in India, but also exported and imported 10 years ago and today, to see the development of the man-made fiber and filament and textile industry to have a basis for our discussions going forward. Mr. Shah.
Yes, good afternoon to all. Sir, our chairman, Mr. O.P. Loyaji, sessions leader, gentlemen, a very good afternoon to all you. Sir, ये अपना polyester fiber, मतलब man-made fiber का growth is in last decade is where it is satisfactory, but now consumption is going too high in coming years. We need more and more capacity, but as we are seeing that expansion now is coming is too fast, but fiber में जो expansion हो रहा है वो इतना sufficient नहीं है, तो उसके लिए अपने को ये अपना growth को टिकाने के लिए भी फाइबर कैसे एक्सपोर्ट मतलब ये हो सके उसके लिए थोड़ा देखना जरूरी है। फर्स्ट जो जीएसटी का अपना जो है वो जीएसटी में आज अपना अलग 12% रॉ मटेरियल पे है, यार्न पे 18% फाइबर पे है, 12% यार्न पे है और 5% फैब्रिक पे है। इसमें चेंज लाना बहुत जरूरी है, फर्स्ट थिंग। सेकंड थिंग import
English,
duty.
So I can also follow, sir. Excuse me. Yes, please.
हाँ सर, तो import में भी अगर अपने को we want to fiber more produce in India, तो import duty मतलब custom duty at least 5% we have to increase.
Mr. Shah, if you can speak in English because the moderator cannot understand fully.
Yes, okay. So we must increase the custom duty 5% to 7.5%. और बाकी otherwise तो R&D और recycling, there are so many others जो development is required.
Thank you, sir.
Currently India currently we are producing over 160 million kg of MMF, nearly 4,000 million of kg of MMF filament yarn, and about 28,000 million square meter of fabrics of MMF, and their blend globally MMF to natural fiber production ratio is 75-25%, wherein India is reverse at the 40% to 60% ratio. This implies that we are not in line with global trend, and we are not producing what world needs.
Thank you, sir. Let me involve Mr. Udeshi at this stage, who is of course one of the largest producers of polyester, not only in India, of course, but around the world. Why is thriving Indian man-made fiber industry important for the successful development of the Indian textile value chain as a whole? We heard that before, simply by the underrepresentation of man-made fibers in India. But can you elaborate a little more why this is so important to actually also stimulate growth in the downstream segments in India?
Thank you, Dr. Shidla. I think all of us, we know that today in India, the overall production of textile is just $140 billion. The government is looking forward to increase this textile production from the current level of $140 billion to say $350 to $400 billion by 2025. As you know, the total fiber production in India of man-made fiber and natural fiber is 9.5 to 10 million tons, which comprises of roughly 5 million tons, 4.5, 5 million tons of cotton, and roughly 5 to 6 million tons of man-made fiber. Now, in case we have to go beyond current level of 140 to 350 to 400 billion dollar of textile, we will need not less than 18 to 20 million tons of all fiber. Now, all fiber, whether it is a natural fiber, whether it is a synthetic fiber, within synthetic fiber, whether it is a viscose, whether it is nylon, whether it is a polyester. I think these are some of the raw material coming within the framework of the synthetic fiber. Now, if you need 18 million ton, and all of us, we know that cotton production will remain restricted to the current level, plus minus 500,000 ton or 1 million ton in time to come. The cotton production has remained stagnated for most of the time, and during this period, I think cotton will improve, maybe by another 500,000 ton or 1 million ton. However, there is a limitation to increase the cotton production from the current level to the desired level. In these circumstances, what are the options available for the industry? The options available for the industry is to look for man-made fiber from the current level of production to next 8 to 9 million ton incremental production required. This incremental production of 8 to 9 million ton will take synthetic fiber production to the current level to 14 to 15 million ton. This will meet the need of the textile industry from where we are to the next level. Now, you can't say that I will produce only fiber. You can't say I will produce only filament. You can't say I will produce viscose. I think we need the entire value chain to take care of the fiber and filament industry, what they need for as a raw material. So we will need raw material for fiber, that is PTA, whether it is MEG, whether it is paraxylene. And I think we are fortunate that Indian industry is having sufficient refining capacity to produce naphtha, which converts into reformat, and then this can be converted into paraxylene, or it could be cracked into cracker and made MEG, and PTA plus MEG gets converted into fiber. So India needs to have 9 to 10 million ton of incremental fibers required, and we will need maybe 5 to 6, 7 million tons of PTA, paraxylene equivalent. So all this will need roughly, my thumb rule calculation says $14 to $15 billion of investment required. Today, industry is equipped to produce man-made fiber to the required quality, to the required quantity, and innovation, which is a part of the man-made fiber industry. So we are second largest next to China, but in current environment, if we have to increase the export from the current level of $40 billion to say $100 billion in next 3 to 4 years, I think India needs to be aggressive on the production of man-made fiber, and I'm sure the downstream industry will work in the same way of thinking to increase the current production, to export the product. I think we will go into innovation, we will go into new product development, we will go into geotextile, we will go into medical textile, we will go into some of the defense required for the need of the hour. I think industry has proved themselves that in case of necessity, we can come out and we can bring product, whatever is required. I think the classic case which I have been telling people, that PPE suits, I think in course of 1.5 months, we produce 300,000 PPE suit per day to meet the local requirement. And today we are the exporter of PPE suits. We made masks in a short period. We are exporter of masks. We produce swab. Always describe, and I feel happy that I was a part of that innovation. We swaps in course of 8 days. Once we got the instruction request from the ministry to go all out, and I think with the help of some of the Johnson & Johnson and other industry, we produced. So I think this is the need of the hour. And I am sure that as far as the man-made fiber industry is concerned, it is capable of producing required fiber at the competitive cost. As rightly said, by and large, I think we have reasonable cost position. We have a large quantity of production and we have innovation. I think combined together, all together, I am sure man-made fiber industry will create a history, and China plus the philosophy, we will take the advantage, and a country like Vietnam and Bangladesh who have overtaken us in some of the products, I think we should, industry should work hard to produce what is required. I think let's not look only at the government angle. Let's not look at what is required from the government. I think let's look at what we can provide to the industry, what we can provide to the world, what we can provide to India. I think this is the story, what we need to do it. Thank you.
Mr. Udeshi, maybe a quick follow-up question. There's a lot of demand for man-made fibers, and that also addresses Mrs. Sardana later on for the cellulosic fiber segment. How much additional production is already in the pipeline going forward? I mean, it takes time to invest in man-made fiber production. This doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't even happen from one year to the other. How much can you actually meet the future demand of man-made fibers? Maybe first Mr. Udeshi and then Mr. Sardana.
My belief is in a pipeline, there will be around 1.5 to 2 million ton of man-made fiber production. And all of us, we know that putting up the fiber filament industry does not take more than 14 to 15 months. So once it's a chicken and egg situation, once the demand is created, the fiber production will come. Or you can say when the production comes, the downstream industry develops. So I think it's a combination of both. availability and production. So I am sure, I think next 3 to 5 years, industry will be able to meet the required. Because I think most of the people who are producer of fiber and filament, they are quite large. They have efficient working system and they should be able to provide whatever is required to meet the demand of the industry. I'm very sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadana. You want to add on the cellulosic fiber side?
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be part of this Manmade conclave, which is very timely and for the moment. So with respect to cellulosic fibers, primarily viscose, which I represent, we are, as a Grasim, we have always been ahead of curve. We recently expanded our capacity in Gujarat, and we were planning that this capacity should be sufficient for 2024. But I'm happy to share that with the increasing demand and cellulosic gap, which India is now seeing with the high prices of cotton, the projections which we had for 2024 is met in 2022 only. Viscose is, I think, the only fiber which has grown more than double digits in last 10 years in India, and going forward also it's expected to grow in double digits. So again, we are putting up an expansion plan, and we will be meeting the industry demand. So as Udeshi ji rightly said, that in MMF, mostly we have organized big players who are cash rich. They don't need borrowing or other things to invest. So as soon as we see any spurt of demand, we are always ahead of curve. And for viscose, now we are producing all type of viscose, whether it is modal or lyocell in India. And I can say India is ahead of cellulosic variety and quality than China. Mostly we always say that we are number 2. But in case of cellulosic fibers, I can say that we are ahead of China. China is not able to crack so far the lyocell technology, which our own company has. And we are spending a lot in R&D. The main reason for the growth of viscose is the new products we are launching. 10 years down the line, nobody thought that saris are possible of viscose. Now we have come up with the brand Navyasa, where saris of 100% viscose are possible. So similarly, many applications which were not thought of a decade ago with the fibers like polyester or viscose now are reality. And with the cotton prices going sky roof and cellulosic gap increasing, MMCF definitely in India and globally will have a lot of potential. And some of the panelists I can see, or the audience I can see, those who attended the Manmade conclave in 2016 in Mumbai, where I said that this cellulosic gap will be there, and people were almost not believing it. Now it's a reality. So going forward, I can clearly see more than double-digit growth for MMCF, and the days will be very, very bright for the MMCF industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadana. I will come back on the challenges also the cellulosic fiber industry has at a later stage. Let me, in between, move on and involve Mr. Deka of Rita, the machinery producer. Looking into the present focus on sustainability across all products and processes, do you think the market will shift faster towards cotton recycling or man-made fiber processing? Are you there, Mr. Deka?
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah,
thank you.
You are. Thank you.
And very good afternoon to all the panelists and all the participants. I think sustainability is really a buzzword today. And like all of you and everyone, whether it's a fiber producer or machinery producer, we are all focusing on sustainability. Now, when it comes to man-made fiber, we all know the man-made fiber is really sustainable when it comes to production of fiber as such compared to cotton. However, there were questions about biodegradability of man-made fiber like polyester, for example. But it's heartening to know that, several companies have already, have gone sustainable by developing chemical recycling of man-made fibers. I mean, here we have examples where we can break down the man-made fibers into chemical building blocks and then process fibers. So I think this is this presently what we know is that this is a bit expensive process. This is in a very nascent stage, and I'm sure like the cotton recycling industry is becoming more and more commercial today, even recycling of man-made fiber will become very, very important in times to come. I mean, if I have to share with you about a company called Spinnova in Finland, where we have tied up with them, Spinnova has developed a kind of a special material out of wood and waste, which can be processed into fibers. I mean, we have now set up, we are going to set up a complete line with Spinnova, and both the companies will try to spin yarns in a sustainable way, that brings the man-made fiber application to a greater extent. Even in India, we are working hand in hand with Birlas, for example, for spinning viscose fibers in air-jet spinning systems. Now coming to cotton recycling, I mean, some of the countries who are cotton dominant, like India, Uzbekistan, Turkey, I will not name China because they are good in both MMF as well as cotton. These cotton-rich countries probably, as our textile secretary mentioned, they will try to grow on MMF, keeping the cotton part as a stronghold, because we cannot do away with the cotton which is required. Now, these countries probably will focus on cotton recycling processes, where we get lots of inquiries from several producers how to make yarns in ring spinning, for example, from waste cotton fabrics, whether it is post-consumption or pre-consumption. And as a machinery producers, we have to work on both sides, cotton as well as man-made fiber. And we find that the trends are pretty clear. One segment clearly wants to go for cotton recycling, where the demand is increasing, and a segment like India, where we have a big push on MMF. So I think both are racing hand in hand, and nobody's a winner. I think both have to go together. So this is our opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Dekar. Well, let me now involve Mr. Shanmugam of the Tirupur Exporters Association. Sir, Tirupur has become a very important hub for knitted cotton textiles in India. We are all aware of that. How do your members judge the necessity to broaden the fiber base and to produce also knitted fabrics and finished products made of man-made fibers?
Good afternoon to one and all, and it's a very good and enlightening event organized by CITI, and thanks for making me one of the panelists. And I would want to register here, because the stalwarts are here, and it is need to be understood at this juncture that this industry, being a design-driven industry, need a cluster approach. What I want to mean is here that macro and micro need to be bridged. The synergization has to happen, because we have witnessed that as far as the knitwear products based on cotton is concerned, Tirupur has got grown on its own self, and it has now holding a position of around 60% of the India's knitwear manufacturing on cotton-based products. So no cluster equivalent to this has got emerged, in spite of lot many attempts being made out by various state governments. So what I request here is, the stalwarts are here, Udeshiji is here. So even here, actually, I have to thank Dilip Gaur also, because on my request, he immediately consented my demand that Tirupur like cluster need to be handheld by these giant manufacturers for which the grassing industry has come forward immediately to start a studio over here. Because what I pleaded to them is that this cluster being a very in a nascent stage and it need all the handholding support to grow into the product diversification, because that need to be done effectively by the big players only. So on my request, that has been consented, followed by grassing. Even Reliance also has got opened a studio here, and this is going to be a game changer. So what I wish is that this kind of synergization between the macro and micro industrial clusters like Tirupur need to be done in a holistic manner. So thereby only we can grow this business very fast, in a faster mode. And as it has been highlighted by Udeshik ji, that in the coming years, we have limitation on the cotton output. But on the other side, the global market is also aiming to grow, because being a design-driven industry, as I told, that more growth is going to happen in the coming years. So that is going to be oriented towards a man-made fiber only. So here, Tirupur-like clusters need to be grown in India, for which they have to take Tirupur as an epitome center, as an example for this growth module, making this as a growth module. And it could be replicated elsewhere also very easily. So this is my request and my understanding on this account.
Thank you, sir. Maybe Mr. Muhota can also comment on this, because obviously you are one company that is not based down in Tirupur, but in another cluster area, I think in
Maharashtra and Gujarat. Maharashtra and Gujarat.
Sorry, that was not Gujarat. Sorry again.
No, it's both actually, Maharashtra and Gujarat.
Both. Oh, exactly. So I was not that wrong.
Exactly.
As a totally integrated textile company, sir, that is processing both cotton and man-made fibers, in which product segment do you see at the moment the growth potential, especially in the coming years? And especially in your export markets, do you see this trend towards man-made fibers, or are there actually is there high demand for both fibers, and that it's not one or the other, but maybe both segments are growing strongly, and you're benefiting from both growth trends?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Schindler. Good afternoon, one and all, to all the panelists and all the audiences here. Firstly, I would like to congratulate CITI for organizing such a beautiful event, and on a very timely note. We all know that cotton today has reached a level where it has become almost uncompetitive in terms of usage of fibers. So your question also relates to this, that as an integrated player, where do we see the future of textiles moving, in which direction? So as Mr. Schindler, as a integrated player, I can tell you that in recent times, because of this price increase, particularly in cotton, where it has almost doubled up in the last 1.5 years, the demand for MMF has improved significantly. And that's the reason why we see so much expansions happening both in polyester and viscose fiber chain. So it's very also heartening to know that our Ministry of Textiles recognizes that the future of textile, particularly the growth that India foresees for itself, will come probably from the MMF side, for the reason that there is a limitation in terms of availability of cotton. In spite of all the efforts that have been taken in previous occasions, when many associations have come forward, including CITI's CDRA association, we have seen that the growth in cotton, there is a limit to it, and it will take further more time before we actually see more fiber being available for usage. So as a textile player and as from the demand side, I can always tell you there is demand for cotton, but considering the prevailing prices today, where almost a clean cotton cost today is around $4.50 in terms of, or at least $4 we can say, whereas our reasonable prices of polyester, which are around $1.5, and even for viscose, which are around $2. So when it comes to the pricing, and considering that we want to provide a product to our consumers which helps them to have a sustainable living where the prices are reasonable, as well as in terms of providing a sustainable solution where the products can be recycled and without any harm to the environment. We see that cotton probably loses its edge and there's a demand shift happening towards MMF. More so because of the recent developments in terms of the new innovations which are happening in terms of fiber, particularly in polyester, where we see more of fire retardant polyester, super high tenacity polyester. Then there's a cotton kind of polyester where we see that it gives a feel like a cotton. Those are the recent developments in polyester chain. In viscose chain also there has been very, very good developments where a lot of sustainable viscose fibers like Refibra as well as Leva Eco, Ecoviro and many such fibers are making a note of themselves by having very sustainable solutions being provided to textile players. So because of all these varieties, I see a shift happening from the cotton towards these MMF. But because India still stands at a very juncture where we have enough cotton available, probably we'll have to play in alongside cotton as a side, as a partnering cotton, where cotton being the major fiber, say 50% or 60, 55, 60%, the rest is taken by these specialty fibers or more sustainable fibers of MMF.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this insight, Mr. Mohota. Mr. Odeshi, sustainable textile production is a very important trend around the world. We have heard that several times already today. A lot is also talked about circularity. The usage of recycled PET bottles is an important step towards circularity. But the recycling of textiles, textile to textile recycling is much more complex and difficult. In the EU, recycling of textiles has become a top priority. Is textile to textile recycling discussed also in India? And are there actions to be expected in the future to make textile to textile recycling, which represents, I think, only around 1% of total textile production, a reality?
Yeah, Dr. Schindler, I agree. Sustainability is a very critical aspect of the entire synthetic industry. We are fortunate, Doctor, that today almost 85 to 90% of the PET bottles are recycled and converted into either PET bottle or converted into staple fiber. Today, I think industry produces, to the best of my knowledge, around 700 to 800,000 tons of recycled fiber out of the waste collected. I think your question is, are we capable of recycling and circular economy for textile into next generation? I think industry need to work on reverse chemistry. When you talk about reverse chemistry, because unfortunately, the textile will have a lot of chemicals, will have colors, and removing that part of the activity from the textile is an expensive proposal, and sometimes the economics may not permit us to do that process. Sometimes it may feel that, and today, if you want to sell fiber out of recycled PET, whether the user industry is ready to pay premium for incremental cost is a question mark. If you go to Coke and Pepsi bottle manufacturers, if you tell them that I am producing PET bottle out of recycled PET, will you pay me a premium? They would say, no, the application wise, it's the same. Why should I pay you premium? Okay. So I think these are some of the issues. But I think we need to work for Mother Earth, which is the reality of life. And industry is working on reverse chemistry, where we can convert fabric back into petrochemical, whether it is PTA, whether it is monoethylene glycol, or whether it is naphtha. I think that is going to be the next generation. That is, in next 5 years or so, I think India needs to concentrate, focus themselves. See, unfortunately today, like what happens in Europe and US, people don't throw away fabric. People don't throw away textile. People don't throw away their garments. They are used and reused and goes for next reuse in the marketplace. So very less number of garment comes for recycling. Or if they come, then they come for so-called making up again and exporting to some of the poor countries from India. So I think that is a new trend which has come. So when you talk about circular economy, I think it is reuse is one of the concept of the circular economy. So whether recycle, reuse, I think all factors have to be considered. I think you will be surprised, Doctor, that we have a vending machine, I think, which all of us we know, where you put money and you get product out. I think we ourselves have introduced more than 20 vending needs where you put the bottles inside and you get money out. I think this encourages the poor people to collect those bottles, collect those plastics and feed into the machine, in vending machine. So it has created employment. And today, large number of employment is being created through that process. So I think we will see this thing happening, the recycling and the circular economy for synthetic textile to next process of reverse chemistry will take time. I think economy will play its own role, but I think there is no solution but to go for it. Thank you.
Thank you. I pass on this question, I think, also to Mr. Sardana. Mr. Decker just referred to companies, especially out of the Nordic countries, Finland and Sweden, who are working on recycling cellulosic fabrics, yarns, and create new cellulosic fibers. Where do you stand there, and what is the future of such recycling of cellulosic products in the future from your perspective, sir? You have to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, I was on mute. Thank you, Dr. Schindler. As I told that as Grasim and Aditya Birla Group, we have always been thinking of the R&D, and we are always one step ahead of the curve. So with respect to this circularity, we have already launched our circularity, this recycled product, and we are working very closely with the brands. As we are the fiber manufacturers, it is coming in the brands like our Van Heusen and other group company brands. So already our recycled viscose range is available, and it is getting more and more popular with the brands. But the problem we are facing is we are not getting enough material to make that. Like in case of polyester, it is very easy to get the PET bottles. So in case of viscose, we need to get the good quality used fabrics which has good cellulosic content. And in case of viscose, the costs go up because you need to recycle the cellulose, and the sourcing costs become very high. But already the product is there in the market, and once the economics are there, you will see more and more products launched with the circularity in that. And with respect to the innovation and other aspects, as Mr. Shagmugam was telling, we are always very proactive. I still remember when we were visiting Tirupur, and he said that it's primarily a cotton belt. We want to grow viscose. We immediately decided to open a studio over there, and in last 3-4 years, the consumption of viscose has doubled in Tirupur. So we are very thankful to such valuable suggestions from the value chain partner, and always we are very proactive in our R&D, and we have set up a textile research institute in our Gujarat plant, where all these innovations are being done at a ongoing process basis. It's not that one-off we do the R&D and then. So we have a team of 60 scientists who are working day in and day out for different type of usage application. As I was telling about sari, last week only we launched our brand in Sari Navyasa, so which has again been getting a very popular with the young breed. It's a contemporary designs. So similar things we are doing on many fronts, which will boost the Indian VSF value chain. And as I told in 2016 Manmade Conclave that the viscose will be fastest growing, I can clearly say the ratio getting reversed in India also. So if maybe in 2022 we will be doing some man-made fiber conclave, we will be telling that the ratio now in India is predominantly MMF and cotton, which is reverse. So I can clearly see the big growth coming in both polyester and viscose in India based on this cellulosic gap. Thank you.
Maybe a quick follow-up question. Where do you get your material for recycled fibers? What do you need actually? What type of quality raw material you need to recycle? Are these cotton shirts? Where do you source your raw material for recycled products?
Yeah, so
what's
currently
the price
we
difference and what's the cost difference also between recycled fibers and virgin cellulosic fibers?
Yeah. So currently, as Prashantji was telling that the normal fiber is available at around $2. So recycled is around $2.50. So 25% premium is there. That's because the production is limited and capacities are limited. Once we make it on the bigger line, currently we are making it on the smaller lines. And the raw material, as you are telling, we need pure cellulosic product. What happens is that when we get raw material from somewhere, it has some buttons or some polyester threads used in sewing, etc. That makes it contaminated. Usually, if you take 100% cotton shirt, also the button stitching and all other things are polyester or some other nylon or some other synthetic material. So to extract that 1% or 2% increases a lot of cost. So if we can encourage the value chain to use 100% cellulosic base material for the fabrics, which we are doing now, we are educating the value chain so that the recycling costs come down and then the raw material cost will come down and then the final product cost will also come down. So it's a journey. We have already started. We have developed some centers from where we are collecting the fiber. And earlier we were importing also some material because in West, this pure form of cellulosic where they are not using this synthetic threads for stitches, stitching, etc. are available. But now with the increased freight costs and that has again become non-viable. The cost of freight is becoming more than the cost of the raw material nowadays. So, but the journey is on and we will see some good results in that very soon.
Thank you, sir. Maybe Mr. Dicker, recycled fibers, do they pose a special challenge for the spinning machinery industry, or is this just another type of fiber that all your machines can handle easily? How do you develop your machines with regard to recycled fibers? Is there anything that people have to be aware of?
I think it's a very important question. I mean, when it comes to recycled fiber, first, if I go with cotton, industry has been spinning, recycling cotton fibers on rotor spinning, but today's requirement is ring spinning, but there are quite a bit of limitations in ring spinning with respect to productivity that you can get out of ring spinning with recycled fiber. That is one. And second, you cannot just process the cotton recycled fiber in the standard spinning line to get the maximum advantage in the end spinning machine. So we as a machinery manufacturers, we have tie up with a couple of such companies who does this, and we are in the process of redesigning a couple of machines in several process stage, not the entire line, of course. This will facilitate effective spinning of recycled cotton fibers on ring spinning system. And when it comes to man-made fiber, as I mentioned already, we have started the initiative with Spinova, and this whole collaboration is to find out what we have to do in our entire spinning process, also to economically and effectively spin such recycled MMF fibers.
Thank you, sir. Also, Mr. Mohota, on circularity, is this something that you are considering in your design of products that you discuss with your both suppliers of fibers and also customers, retailers and brands, maybe especially in Europe or the US? Is this something that you see will be a requirement for you as a supplier of intermediate products, but also finished products in the future?
Right. Yes, very pertinent question. Here, as an integrated player, I can tell you that in the recent development, we have seen a lot of usage of MMF-based products for the workwear. That is one area which is coming up fantastically well, where we see a lot of exports happening. And that's where we are seeing that the recent development in terms of using high tenacity polyester fiber blended with cotton, even the lyocell option blended with cotton, are giving edge in terms of fabric feel as well as the fabric luster or the strength which is required in the workwear. Even we have seen developments happening in terms of fire retardant fiber, which I just mentioned earlier, that these are some of the specialities which we have already working very strongly with our fiber suppliers and catering to some of our valuable customers in US and Europe. As I already pointed out that the recent changes, particularly in terms of availability of innovation in terms of fiber, as well as the innovation in terms of availability of further chemicals, has ensured or helped us as a processor to provide these kind of innovative products. One very recent innovation which we have done in our fabric division and our garmenting division, we're coming up with stretch garments, stretch apparel. I know it's very common to use stretch, but here the stretch is not only restricted to the design, only to the fabric, but it is also in the waist as well as in the hips and everywhere. So it's a 4-way stretch with special design. So such kind of developments which we're carrying out, where we have certain like spandex involved in this or any other MMF that is involved, these are helping us develop new market and new customers.
Thank you, sir. Also now to Tirupur, Mr. Shanmugam. Circularity also for your companies in your cluster. I'm not so sure whether these are all large-scale companies or whether you have, and I assume you have a lot of small and medium-sized companies. Do they work together on these issues? Do you work and provide services to touch on these challenges and opportunities with regard to recycling and circularity? Are you providing a platform for them to come together and look for solutions to cooperate in such a cluster that can serve as an example for other clusters or upcoming clusters in India?
Yeah, it's a good question. Actually, Tirupur, though it is got infested by micro and small industries more in numbers, but this cluster has got proven on all the challenges, global challenges, what has been faced and being facing right now. For example, Tirupur has become a first of its kind in the entire globe, where it got addressed the environmental issue caused by the pollution out of processing industries. Because we have found out on our own with the collective strength of others too, but the technology was got spread out, but we got it converged and made out a strategy of bringing in the zero liquid discharge program in all our processing units. This zero liquid discharge has been right now in vogue. And that way we have got achieved the environmental issue on the one side. The other side, we started conservation of water program also alongside of it, because by subjecting all the processing industry into the zero liquid discharge program, automatically every day we secure 10 crore liters, 100 million liters of water being recycled. So that is one environmental challenge we have got addressed ourselves. And second one is that Tirupur entire cluster got connected load of electricity is around 200 megawatt. And the entire district connected load was around 600 megawatt. But Tirupurians, we got invested on green energy projects like solar and wind energy to the tune of 2000 megawatts and got connected to the grid. So on sustainability front, the second achievement on this power we have got achieved. And the third one is that we made ourselves guilty because we started using more number of wood logs for burning the boilers. So for which now we wanted to rectify that. Now we started planting 10 million trees around the vicinity of the city, and we took it as a project with the support of NGOs that forest, Tirupurin forest, the concept what we have made out is Tirupurin forest. So that also has been achieved on the sustainable front. And now regarding the PET bottle recycling project, the Tirupurians, in the vicinity of Tirupur itself, 2 spinning mills, they have gone into investment of converting PET bottles into fibers. And that project has got successfully launched, and now Tirupur started using those fibers very effectively. And there also we could able to project our cluster successfully. So that's the reason I call for the macro players into this region to handle this region still in much sophisticated and professional manner. And this could become a right example to get it replicated elsewhere in the country. So that is my request, and so far the achievement what we have done for ourselves and what presented to the globe is what I have narrated right now.
Thank you, sir. The next question is, I think, an open question. Whoever feels comfortable asking is, please go ahead. It's on the production link incentives and the mega investment parks. We have seen all sorts of investment policies and announcements of new investment parks also in the past. What will be or is different this time that these incentives in the Manmade fiber segment especially and also in these investment parks will really take off? It's one thing to provide incentives and maybe to provide infrastructure for such investments, but in the end, as we had before, it needs companies to actually take money into their hands and invest in these investment parks. So who's going to do that? Will these be Indian companies? Will be these foreign companies, or a mixture of both? Can anyone elaborate what has changed to make these things now more successful than in the past? Mr. Sadana, I see your hand, and also Mr. Mohota and
So the difference, as you are asking, Dr. Schindler, this time is that industry participation in making the policy has been very high. Sometimes we get the policy and then we need to fit into that shoes. But this time, like mega textile parks or the PLI scheme for MMF, there has been vast consultation with the industry. And as Honorable Textile Secretary was telling, the participation of the states is there this time. So the model which has been created, 51% will be owned by the state, 49% by the center. So the clearances and all other things will happen very, very fast now. And the integrated textile parks, which has been conceptualized, it will be having from all the raw materials till the final product. It will be nearer to the port. So with all this fine working with the industry participation, I think the response will be phenomenal. As I understand, for this PLI also, there has been many applications which has been received by Textile Ministry, and now they are deciding whom to consider or not. So there has been an overwhelming response. We are one of the applicants who wants to invest in PLI. We are very keen to participate in mega textile integrated parks. As I said, we are looking for expansions. So if such a setup is available, MMCF textile park is made by the government where everything is for cellulose, we will be the first one to ask for the land and put up a plant over there. And if it's in, say, the state where our consumption is growing, say Tamil Nadu, where we have almost 75% of the consumption. So why not? The industry is very keen to invest. And with the growing demand in MMF, there should not be any issue with these policies. And the takers should be very, very keen. And the policies, as I said, has been designed very, very intelligently and dedicatedly for the MMF players. So now it's up to the industry, and industry is looking forward to participate in the progress of MMF in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sadana. Mr. Mohota, you were also indicating that you wanted to comment on that question.
Yeah, two small things. Already major points have been highlighted, like industry participation in making of the policy. Another good thing about the PLI or say Mitra scheme is in PLI we can say that the scheme is very well defined. I think it's the most comprehensive scheme which might have come out in recent times, where almost everything is well defined. So I think that will give a lot of clarity to any investor if they would like to go into that or not. I will not say that it's possible for everyone to enter or take benefit of this scheme, because it has its own stringent measures to take care of. And as you were asking that who will be the beneficiaries or who would like to invest, whether it will be an Indian company or would it be an export or foreign company who would like to set up, my answer to that would be yes, it would be very like, for example, Grasim just mentioned about their interest. It would be companies like them who are cash rich, who have very defined product portfolio, who have a market set for their products. Those will be the ones. Like I'm aware about one company which is having a very big market available for say for the automobile sector, where you require the airbags. So there is a company which is very much interested because the automobile sale is going to grow in India. So considering the changes in the policies where more airbags have been prescribed to be used in automobile from earlier to now, it has been made compulsory under the new norms. So those requirements, there is a company which will have interest in setting up airbag manufacturing. So those are the kind of companies who will set up or take advantage of PLI scheme. For the Mitra scheme, I will say that the advantage for the companies would be the cluster. As my already panel mate, Mr. Shanmughavil, already mentioned about the importance of cluster. I think Mitra scheme is one of the superb scheme when it comes to cluster formation, where you know that if you are into some segment and you have your customers or your suppliers standing next door to you, I think it gives that integrated approach, even though not directly integrated, but gives that integrated approach, because of which the other industries, particularly in China and Vietnam, have succeeded. So on that model, I think PM Mitra scheme should be very successful if state participates with the same enthusiasm as shown by the center. And it's ultimately a plug-and-play facility where the whole focus is to be on production and not to worry about the infrastructure like road, CITI, and all other things. So the job is much more focused and more production-oriented. That's what my view is, why these schemes will succeed.
Excuse me, I request the moderator to kindly sum up, because the time is.
I was just about to ask you, Dr. Sunanda. Thank you very much for this reminder. You know, sometimes you get lost. Well, I would like to thank all the panelists for their really very insightful comments, for sharing their expertise and for their experience. It's always very important, I think, that we bring together the whole value chain, from fiber producers to associations to of course also the manufacturers like Mr. Mohota himself, so that we have a joint platform to have a better understanding what is necessary and what needs to be done to be successful and to benefit of these trends that we have identified, you know, the increased consumption of man-made fibers, the necessity to produce in a sustainable, in a circular way in the future. There were certainly other things that we could have touched upon. I hope that the other sessions will touch upon them, like, for example, the bottlenecks in the Indian textile value chain, whether it's processing or whether it's the garment sector that is underdeveloped compared to other countries neighboring Bangladesh or, of course, China. But we can't cover everything in one session of 1 hour. So with that, I would like to thank again the organizers, CITI, for the opportunity to have this discussion. The panelists, thank you very much again, and the audience for staying with us. Thank you very much and have a wonderful afternoon and a wonderful end of today's conclave. Thank you very much. Back to you, Dr. Sinha.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you
so
so
much.
much, Prakash Lohia-ji, for chairing the session, and Dr. Christian Sindler for moderating the session. Thank you all the panelists for your valuable insights on the global market situation and emerging trends in the MMF-based textile industry. Thank you all the delegates for kindly attending the fruitful interactive first session. Now we are going towards the second session, ladies and gentlemen. We now begin with the proceedings of the second panel discussion on growth opportunities for Indian companies in the MMF sector. The panelists will deliberate on specific business opportunities for Indian stakeholders in the context of changing global scenario and the government trust on this sector, example by launch of PLI scheme. The session will be chaired by our Honorable Dignitary, Ms. Rashi Mahapatra, IA and AS, Textile Commissioner, Government of India, and moderated by Sri Prashant Agarwal, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors. The eminent panelists for the session are Mr. Narendran Goenka, Chairman, Apparel Export Promotion Council, APC, and Chairman, Texport Industries Limited. Sri Rakesh Mehra, Deputy Chairman, Confederation of Indian Textile Industry, CITI, and Chairman, Benswara Syntex Limited. Dr. S.N. Modani, Chairman, Rajasthan Textile Mills Association and Managing Director, Sangam India Limited. Sri Bardesh Dodia, Vice Chairman, SRTPC, and Director, Dodia Group. Mr. Avinash Misar, Vice Chairman, Indian Technical Textile Association, ITA, and Director and CEO, Advanced Material Texport Syndicate India Limited. Mr. Udeep Singh, President and CEO, Sutlej Textiles and Industries Limited, and Mr. C. Ramanathan, Vice President, Sales Domestic Textile Machinery Division, Lakshmi Machine Works Limited, LMW. The time duration of this session is approximately 1 hour. And ladies and gentlemen, may I now welcome our distinguished chair, Ms. Rashi Mahapatra, IA and AS Textile Commissioner, Government of India, to chair the session. Ms. Rashi ji has taken over the charge as the Textile Commissioner, Government of India on 11th June 2020. She belongs to 1994 batch of IA and AS and has worked across sectors in her 27 years of career with Government of India and state governments. She was the Director General Audit with the Office of Controller and Auditor General of India prior to joining the Ministry of Textiles. She has worked in wide set of portfolios, gaining experience from policy and execution in development and administration, state administration, as well as policy program implementation in the commodities sector in the Commerce Ministry, Government of India. She has also worked as Secretary of Finance, Fiscal Reforms, Government of Karnataka, Bangalore, in various portfolios and with Coffee Board of India, Ministry of Commerce and Industry. She has led audit of United Nations Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, and Embassy Mission audits in Southeast Asia, in addition to auditing accounts of Government of India and state governments. May I now request our distinguished chair, Ms. Rashi Mahapatra, IA and AS, Textile Commissioner, Government of India, to chair the session, give her opening remarks, and carry forward the proceedings. Welcome. Welcome, madam. Over to you.
Thank you, Sunanda. Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'd like to thank CITI for involving me in this very, very important and timely conclave on MMF. And since the time the deliberations started, I think all of us are any case aware that MMF is a growing pie. The way our friend Prashant Agrawal ji has put it across, it is the way it is going to grow will have amazing share and dividends for industry and full textile and apparel value chain. The global trade in MMF in 2020 was USD $777 billion, of which MMF was 498. So one knows what is the space we are talking about. And what I would like to just touch upon, what he has already laid the table in the introductory session, and he will in any case lead it further, is that our rate of growth, as per our statistics, is very high. It's better actually on, okay, if we don't really look at the base, but it is better than Germany, Italy, Turkey, US, and for that matter, even China, though China has much bigger base. So we have, I would say, we have opportunity, which it is not just, which is opportunity there, it is supported by solid data. And we already have significant traction. I'm very happy about the liberation and expositions of Mr. Rajan Doshi, who said that there is enough, we will do it. We don't really need anything from anybody in that sense. I mean to say, finally, the race is to be run by the champions of industry. So it was so heartening to note that, that kind of attitude, which will make us winners in the segment. And I think his exposition should have set the doubt of our previous moderator at rest when he said, who will take advantage of the new skills? I'm sure quite a few of them were on the panel already. So just to supplement what Agrawal, Prashant has already put in, we, one few of our studies only point out that we have 89 products which cover functional and technical textiles, which make 83% of global export, and India's share is meager 2.72%. So it's like, you know, any person who reads figures, they just say, oh, this is there. Anything I touch can turn into gold. Any point I touch with sincerity, excellence of purpose will turn into gold. All of us know that non-wovens and technical textiles are the opportunity area. We look for, I thank Prashant for making me part of this session, wherein actual players from spinning to apparel are there. So my questions would be to all of them. First question, before Prashant gets into that, what are the challenges spinning would be facing, if at all? Some of them have been actually answered by our friend Mr. Lekha. Yes, we have opportunity for import substitution and export enhancement. So that should be the strategy of government, and I'm sure all of us are on the same page. To apparel, my question is to Mr. Goenka. How do we build up the messaging across the process? This I had discussed in my first interaction with industry when I joined here, that we may be doing very good process, but it doesn't get built up in the whole, you know, at the final end, what are we doing? Like some of the big retailers do build it up, but that doesn't get dividends to us. So, and to all, how do we ensure sustainability of environment with sustainability of process? Because there is a significant doubt about some of the things and some of the strengths. I was told always, no, it's not sustainable. So I want to listen to all of them, that why that kind of doubt is there vis-a-vis natural fibers and sustainability of enterprise. Because I don't think sustainability should be looked at only in terms of biodegradability or a limited one. It is a much bigger space that we are looking at. And I would like to go back to our Honorable Prime Minister's message on the seminar we had on 3rd about striving for excellence. And therein, I want to say, I did have a doubt. I earlier also, still I don't feel that we have a huge gap in terms of academia's interaction with the industry. We don't have, I think Prashant did mention about the Center of Excellence, world-class Center of Excellence, one-stop shop, something like that we need to work on. From government side, we will be looking at having this kind of knowledge sharing. If we can develop our platforms with Korea, Taiwan, Japan, or any other country who has done better than us in few of the products, and whether we can replicate part of that. I do agree with Mr. Shanmugam also in terms of the cluster approach, because I think we are different. Since we have full value chain, but at the same time it is distributed, we need to have some kind of a very tech-enabled support across clusters. So with these few words, I would just like to hand over to Prashant to lead us through the session and feel enriched at the end of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Sunanda. Thank you, Prashant.
Sanji, you're on mute.
You are muted.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Rupashiji, and it's really encouraging at these times where whether our secretary sir, our commissioner madam, everybody is enthusiastically looking and working hand to hand with industry to make things happen, the targets that we have set. So it's again, it's the right time to really deliberate these subjects and really work on something which is missing. There are very little missing links. I think more than missing links, it's the really focus or encouragement of the industry to really make it happen and answer their challenges. So through this session, and ma'am, you have put certain questions, I have noted them down. We would like to deliberate and really like to answer, because we have a really eminent panel today who can answer all your questions. So I will, in my deliberation, I will see that these questions are answered. At the end of the session, we would like to see that what are the opportunities, what are the challenges, and what India needs to do. I think for my speakers, I would like these questions to be answered. And I would like you to share your experiences, because I don't want to make it a theoretical discussion while we have set the ball rolling. So that's the way we want to move forward. Dr. Sunanda has already briefed in terms of panelists, instead of going in detail with a long bite, because all of these people are renowned industrialists and renowned people of the industry holding certain positions. So instead of going through each and every person details, maybe if you tell me, I can in next 2 minutes little brief about the industrialists. I think as far as Mr. Naren Goenka, $120 million, 11,000 people employed, still working on employing 8-10,000 more. So you can see he can be he's the leading torchbearer for garment industry. And just to, when I was reviewing his biodata or profile, and he's 1957 was where he was born. So while talking to him, while working with him, with his energy, you can never see that he is 60 plus. So with this kind of enthusiasm and leaders as a chairman of APC, I think we have a good way to move ahead. Mr. Rakesh Mehra, again, CITI Deputy Chairman, former Chairman of SRTVC. He has led Indian industry in different thought process all across. Mr. Modani, he's a leader in his own way by entering into areas like PV dyed, denim, and also in industries like where one can lead through international partnerships globally. And he has been the chairman of Rajasthan Textile Mills Association also because of his vision and thought. Mr. Badresh Dodia, vice chairman of SRTPC, he really works on specialized yarns and chemicals. And that's something which India needs to look to, where when you talk about specialized things, it needs a lot of R&D. I think Mr. Dodia has led into that, and I have met him personally, and like he vibrates into those kind of discussions. And Avinash Mishra, I think he brings in a different perspective of technical textiles. With his exposure of last 3 decades, he can bring in terms of what we should do in technical textiles. While it's a big area where a lot being talked about, I think India needs to take a lot of steps to move there. Mr. Updeep Singh, while president of CEO of Sutlej Textiles, I think he has been in leading position for a lot of top companies in India, as well as he has led a lot of initiatives globally. He's a strategic thinker and really strategic executor also. I think some good views we'll hear from him. And Mr. Ramanat Dene, he is the VP sales of domestic from LMW, and he has led some market initiative for China also. So he has a really thorough view in terms of what, ma'am, you asked about spinning industry. He will give his views on that also. With this, let me start the discussion straight away, and I'll go to Mr. Naren Goenka. I think for you, sir, while we are talking about garment as a engine for growth for synthetic industry also, but here I think the question also lies in whether garment is the place where India is lagging, or fabric is. So whether garment is the engine of growth or fabric, because you can produce any kind of garments, whether it's cotton or synthetics, with your leadership. So please throw some light with your views. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashantji. Thank you, CITI, for giving us this opportunity to discuss this important issue. I would not say before the this session, we have not proven in this session that MMF is so important for the globally, because everyone knows that global share of MMF is approximately 60 to 70%. It varies in certain product. Like garment, it's about 60%. But starkly different is Indian share. In our Indian apparel is only 21% of MMF share. So the MMF share is very skewed here in natural fiber, which has the reason of its own, because we are the predominantly cotton producing country. We are the one of the largest cotton producing country. So which was the main reason for our policies being little skewed. But now we woken up, and now we will be definitely want to make sure that we are near to the global share of MMF, and which is definitely required also. I would say why? Because cotton has some limitation of scalability. You understand, cotton needs certain amount of land, which is not growing. Land is not growing. So we need, but a factory of MMF fiber can grow to any scale. 100,000 square feet factory producing X amount of tons can start with the new technology, can start producing X plus amount of MMF fibers. And the similar way spinning and weaving, those capacities are scalable, but cotton is not scalable, not to a certain level, not beyond certain level, I would need to say. So we need to look at scalability and in the sustainability and price point also. If you look at the, as Madam said, sustainability is not the environmental sustainability only. We require economic sustainability also. So if you look at the economic sustainability, definitely MMF scores much better points, more point than the cotton. Cotton being now a rich man's, now it is getting to be more of a rich man's fabric, rich man's product, where MMF could be for all classes of the society. So the economic sustainability is also more points with MMF. Now, we need to definitely look at how do we increase our share. Our share, like recently government announced a policy of PLI, giving only importance to MMF. We at the garment industry are very happy that once this policy comes up, and we know that a lot of 70 to 80% applicants in PLI are more from the fabric segment. So once you have a good amount of fabric, good quality fabric accepted in international market is produced in India, then only we can produce garment. So it has to be a double engine growth. You need to have a fabric, you need to have an apparel. But without, I am always firm believer, without fabric, we cannot produce good garments. Today in MMF, we have to import most of the fabric which is acceptable by top brands internationally. We have to import that fabric, which is, I'm very sorry to say, which is really embarrassing, but it is being imported. But now with this PLI push, I am quite hopeful that we will be having, we could have a little better fabrics with the better finishes, with the better quality, with the better blends, with the more important blends which are being accepted by all the international brands, whether it's American and European brand. So we need to look at those kind of quality fabrics being produced under PLI policy, and I'm quite hopeful on that. Now I would say that at APC, we have taken also certain initiatives. After realizing couple of years back the importance of MMF share to support the government vision to enhance the investment and capacity in the MMF segment, APC has taken following initiatives. MMF cell, creation of dedicated cell focusing on research, awareness, creation, webinars, and compendium development and stakeholders consultation for better understanding of opportunities and capacity building for MMF garment and exports. We have a resource center with the comprehensive collection of MMF garment and fabric swatches has been created at Apparel House in our headquarters in Delhi. Now we look way forward. We urge the industry to leverage the recent policy support for investment expansion and capacity building, product diversification. PLI scheme is for promotion of MMF apparel, not only MMF apparel, but MMF fabric is more important pillar of this with the technical textile. And now the mega parks. Mega parks also will give us a lot of opportunity to have a complete value chain in a complex. As somebody said in the past panelist, I had joined that you have your buyers, you have your supplier next door only. And today the logistic is the biggest hassle. Logistics, unnecessary logistic create environmental issues also. So the mega park would create such big harmony into the complete chain of the textile. So, and that especially now the focus in mega parks, I have my confidence that this would be on more on MMF production. So the MMF will get really good growth because of this mega parks. So these couple of initiatives of government is definitely going to give a big boost to the correcting the MMF ratio in India. And globally, so definitely we would be slowly, we may not be able to improve our share so drastically immediately, but I am hoping that by 2030, we can double our, not only double, but I hope that we will be able to triple our share in MMF garment globally. So these, and there are other government initiatives that have taken place in the recent past of discontinuance of the anti-dumping duty on the polyester. And today I'm really surprised that how come we have a biggest producer of two biggest fiber, viscose and the polyester in the country. We have the biggest global players in the country, and still our ratio on MMF value chain is very, very low compared to the global standard. So I hope now with this current initiatives, we'll be able to take this ratio way forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Goenka-ji. And I have just immediate follow-up question to you, because as ma'am asked, you have really put forward that people should invest, and you have talked about the opportunities, and you have created a resource center also. But how do you have the message sent across? Because that message that you are doing this and message that people should invest and the opportunity exists going from somebody like you as well as APC will a big boost. So and it needs to be very drastic. It's not a step-by-step approach. It has to be like a bombardment. So can you really work on that message, sir?
See, today,
can I add on the question, Goenka
Yes,
sir?
yes, ma'am.
We did discuss about when it is apparel, it is finally at the retail end, the message should go that your process is so desirable that the buyer keeps coming back to you. So in terms of all the desirability parameters, whether it is sustainability, process, employability, or whatever. So how do you build that up when we are going on this line? I think I have discussed with you separately. I thought others could have that benefit here.
So basically, replying to the MEMS question first, the message what we want to give to our global partners here is that we have a form to fashion. I have been always saying, earlier we used to say this for cotton, but in my last sentence I said that we have the biggest player of polyester fiber, we have the biggest player of viscose fiber in our country. So we have to take this, so we have a farm, instead of farm now we have the factories for the MMF, big fiber plants for MMF. So we have a fiber, we have a very big, almost second largest spinning capacity in the world. We have a decent amount of weaving facility. We are little lacking in global scale in garmenting. But once everything is corrected, we are hoping that we will have a big investment. I am currently pushing all my colleagues and all my peers in the industry to have a little more confidence in this industry because there is a big demand. My confidence in the industry is based on certain realities these days. China Plus One, which is initiative that is giving us a big boost. And if we do not capitalize this opportunity now, opportunity is not going to last. So I am giving the all advantages, opportunities of this industry to my all peer in the industry. And most of them have been convinced, and most of them are looking last 1 year. After the COVID scare is over, last 6-8 months, there has been a little push in expansion in the garmenting capacity. So we have a little push in the garmenting capacity. The message is going down the line that there is, and people are coming forward for certain question. So now government is also, we are approaching government that PLI scheme could be made specific for the garments also, where many people of garmenting can take advantage and become a global player. Global player in garmenting could be with 50 crore investment also is a global scale. Garmenting 100 crore is not only the global scale is also much lower. Today in India, average investment in a garment plant is not even 5-10 crores, but to reach to the 50 crore is also a global scale. So the PLI's main intention was to create a global player. So in garmenting, there could be a global scale could be achieved by investing at least 50 crores. So we are still on dialogue with the government to have a little more garment specific PLI policy, which will give us a big boost in correcting the MMF ratio. So this is how we are pushing. And as to answer a little bit more detail on MEM's question, that we have very reasonably costed manpower here in India. And we have really well-trained manpower also for our industry, so which could give us a more sustainable growth in apparel industry. So we have a fiber, we have a weaving capacities, we have a garmenting capacities. So garmenting capacity, not as much, but we have a good workforce in the terms of women empowerment, because these days apparel industry requires majorly 80 to 90% of women, and women participation in the labor force has been coming down because of the little automations in the agriculture field. So the women is rapidly coming down in India, which is really not very good thing. So garment industry is one which could really help correcting this decline, stopping this decline of women. And without women workforce participation, there cannot be an inclusive growth, economic growth in the country. So which is a very, very important part of it. So the garmenting can decline this. So we have this workforce also available with us, and we have a fashion also. Our designers are much better than the international designer. I have personally good experiencing that our designers are doing much better job than some of the international designers. most of these days are doing a back office job. Most of the international brands are doing a back office job of even designing in India. So we have everything, all the 5 Fs of, as our Prime Minister has given, that all 5 F we have in India. So that is how we are making sure that we are sustainable in this industry. Thank you. I hope, ma'am,
Thank you, sir. And I think with you being there as APC chairman, I think this next year message will go across. Thanks. Words coming from you really matters a lot. From this, I'll immediately move on to Mr. Mehra, where Mehra ji, you tell us that while we talked about different opportunities which exist, and while you are big player in fashion fabrics, but fashion garment, activewear and sportswear fabrics are also very important. So overall, one, what we can do in fabrics, sir, or second, also in earlier session we talked about clusters. Can India, should India focus on clusters also? Is this also a strategy, or fabrics? Some views from your side overall on this, sir. Sir, you are on mute.
I'll take your question one by one, Prashant. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here to answer your questions. See, activewear, sportswear, swimwear, very good words, very interesting words, but you know, the domestic consumption of these items is very limited. See, we compare ourselves with the likes of Europe, where people go skiing every year, people go, you know, snow skating every year, and they have the money power. They have the purchasing power to buy all these things. So India is looking at an interesting future, given the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of $5 trillion economy. I'm sure in the years to come, the Indian common man will have good purchasing power and there'll be a good demand for such things. And the PLI scheme is going to be encouraging technical textiles and the likes of activewear and sportswear. And I'm sure new investments will come and they will be in place in the next 3-4 years. So yes, that is a very challenging, that's a good segment to be in. And the other thing I would like to bring, you know, earlier I think Secretary Saab mentioned that it's a pity that we are importing 3.5 billion worth of goods every year. You know, whereas I think our exports of MMF are 6 billion. So there's a gap of just about 2.5 billion. So what are we importing? We are importing mainly garments, yarn and fabric. So that has to stop. My view is that we should be exporting only fabric and garments. Like Goenka ji said, they are going to be encouraging garments. I think every kilo of fiber that is made in this country should get converted into yarn in this country. Every kilo of yarn should get converted into fabric, and we should be exporters only of fabric and garments. Unfortunately, this has not been the case in the past. You know, we are still exporting raw materials. Why should we be exporting raw materials? We should ask ourselves. We are still importing yarns. Why are we importing yarns? So to become self-sufficient, the entire value chain should be together and see how we can convert more of our fiber and yarn into fabric and garments. This alone, you know, this alone will increase our exports by at least 50% without increasing any other capacity addition in yarns and fabrics, in fibers and yarns. We can easily go. Look at filament yarns. There is so much so much growth there. So that is another segment which can grow the total of MMF in this country. So next question was your export enhancement. Madam mentioned about export enhancement. I've already answered that if you start converting your yarn into fabric and fabric into garments, you can yourself see where the total will go. Why are we looking at, you know, various questions and how to increase? Let us just do this and you will increase by at least 70%. Am I right, Goenka ji?
Absolutely. Fiber cost is only 25% in the garment. So we are doing 3 times the value addition.
हाँ जी, तो जितना यान आपका और फैब्रिक में जाता है और गारमेंट में जाता है, उतना आपका टोटल शेयर बढ़ ही जाएगा. As for the last, I think, decade or so, our exports have been stagnant. MMF exports have been stagnant around $6 billion. You know, 10 years ago also an MOU was signed at 6. Even today, I think every year it is 5% plus or minus, no more. So we need to increase the share of fabric and garments in the yarn, fabric and garments in the value chain. Now, your question was about clusters. Yes, clusters are very interesting. They should be there. And I hope this Mitra scheme will bring about buyers and sellers together. And it should work out well.
Thank you, Mehraji. And I can
Anything I missed out in my excitement?
No, I will keep coming back to you, sir.
Okay.
The only thing I would say that if I get into that discussion of yarn, fabrics, and garment exports, it will be a long discussion and long topic because
No, sir. The idea is
market.
to add as much value as we can.
Right. No, it's completely logical. But I asked the same question to one of the yarn player, and he said, Prashant, why do you think I will export if domestic market gives me the full value and I don't have to spend on logistics?
So weaving is not. Let us have more weaving. Let us have more garmenting. Yes. Nobody wants to export. I am an exporter of yarn. I am an exporter of fabric. I am an exporter of garments. I am exporting all three items. I would love to do only garments, but it doesn't happen.
Sure. Fine. I think message well taken. And now I would move to Shri Badresh Dodia ji, and I think with his vision, what even ma'am asked on sustainability, I think you can really throw light in terms of what you are doing in yarns and chemicals and sustainability, because that's a very important cornerstone in anything we do, because that's what in the morning I talked about, in afternoon in my first session we talked about pillars of growth. So Mr. Dodia, over to you.
Yeah. Srimati Ruprakshi ji, Chairman of the session, Prashant Agarwal ji, Moderator, other co-panelists, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all. Prashant ji, your question based on sustainability and recycling, I myself have spent too much time on recycled yarns. Today we are amongst the largest recycled polyester filament yarn producers in India. Basically, I would like to share my little journey of how I got into it and what motivated me to go into sustainability. See, the sustainability compliance from global retailers coupled with environment concerns implemented by various Europe governments and US governments are driving the demand for recycled fibers, basically. So the market share today of recycled fibers has increased from 6.9% in 2016 to 8.1% in 2020, with majority coming from recycled PET bottles, and only a minor part are coming from other recycled feedstock. The 2025 Recycled Polyester Challenge was launched in 2021 by Textile Exchange and UN Fashion Industry to accelerate the recycled polyester program in international market. According to that, over 100 brands and suppliers have signed and committed to jointly increase the share of recycled polyester to 45% by 2025 from current share of only 15%. Now, in today's panel, we all have heard about the importance of MMF textiles and how MMF can help India achieve the next scale. Here, the question for us remains whether we do play a catch-up role with other exporters like China, or we develop our own niche market in export by positioning ourselves as a sustainable textile producers. Now, really, if we can look for the future, textile sustainable is the man-made driving force. It won't be by luxury, but it will be by choice that most of the company would be using recycled fibers. From government, we have to look into how we can support this industry. Today, that normal recycled yarn and virgin yarns are treated in the same HS code. Mainly, we can have a separate HS code to identify the product. There are many challenges today for recyclers to convert the PET waste bottles to the fiber. Now, the industry is not just demanding the subsidy to support the recycle, but also the policy concern. For example, today a bottle would normally have different monomers like PVC, PP, PET. Maybe tomorrow government can sit across the board with the various stakeholders and come up with a solution where they use only one monomer for the textiles, which will make recyclers' life easy and the product cheaper. Recycled product, we all heard that it is being sold at the premium than virgin. That is not the future. Our goal has to be to level it up at virgin and incentivize our buyers to use recycled product more and more. Today, when they buy recycled, they feel luxurious because they are buying at premium price. So these all are government policies which can assist the recycling industry and in turn help industry for Manmade to develop our position in a niche market that is textile, MMF textile. So, sir, most of the points I did note many of the things to share, but I don't want to consume more time because I'll be sounding repetitive. So, Prashantji, I hope I have briefly.
Yeah, Dodiaji, I have one question also which has come. Like there's questions which are coming on WebEx. I'll keep asking you, all people on this. So, what is they're asking what is the possibility of blends? Like if they want to have 70% cotton and 30% recycled PET. So can they blend and make these yarns and what? Because blend is something which is essence of synthetics.
Well, for the recycling, already the question is actually 5 years before what industry have already done. Recycling fibers actually were introduced as a blends only. Today, we are going in recycling with a very more critical areas like filament yarn, jerseys, made from 100% filament yarn, where the continuity is the top priority. So these blends are cakewalk for today recycler fibers. To answer you, rather we have developed more and matured more with the technology and the market usage.
Yeah.
We are going out. You're already seeing t-shirts made from 100% recycled filament yarn without any blends.
Yeah, I agree. Madam, I think just to for you to review, because what Mr. Dodia asked that there are certain things in recycling and sustainability where there is some intervention of government is needed. So I think can we create a cell somewhere as a division who can note down and then work in tandem with these industrialists to see? I think this, if message goes across,
We should
I
have
think we can take a step. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Another small thing, what I am told that in our recycled PETs, we can actually we recycle almost 90% or 91% of water in the whole process. Again, I come back to the messaging. Where does it get built up in my product, which is then put on the shelf?
So
This message.
I would like to answer.
I'm trying to give you the example which I keep citing again and again because I saw one of the leading manufacturers saying we source cotton responsibly. Of course, you have to source it. And we use 80% less water. Now, that's a beautiful way of putting it across. I'm sure most of the cotton processors, in any case, recycle 80% water. So it is, saying that we save 80% water. Now, in your case, apparently 91% I'm told. So where does it get built up in my messaging?
Yeah. So, madam, what the message was conveyed by Udeshji, I guess, picked up is today the collection rate in India, where we are consuming bottles and converting waste bottles back to the system, are to the tune of 80 to 90%. Coming back to your question, we have a body which governs this and certifies your textile product as recycled product. There is a body, various bodies available today. One of the prominent body is Global Recycling Standards based in Netherlands. So when you sell your textile product as a recycle, it is always backed by the logo and the certificate that this product is made from recycled bottles already. Rather, it's not now just recycled product. My company is already working with a few brands where we are converting the ocean bottles back to the system. So that's the level of certifications and traceability has reached.
Dodeji, what Madam was asking, and not to you, to everybody, I think we'll go on to other people for answers, that you do so many things, but are you sending that message to the consumer? Are you branding your products in those lines? Is the message sent across, and are you able to get some premium? Or, the messaging is important, not only, while definitely you as a company, organized companies would certify everything. So this is what I will again move, ma'am, to the next panelist. So because we have 7 panelists here, so let me go to Modani ji. Modani ji, with you with you being a pioneer in synthetics or MMF industry, and also in seamless garments, which which has a lot of opportunities and not very many people have taken up in India. So with you leading these initiatives, what is your view in terms of where we can move in MMF and what industry should do?
Good afternoon, Namaskar, Ruprashi ji and all panelists and participants. Basically, India has a good future because we have a strong base of MMF fiber, maybe polyester and viscose, and so as a spinner, we feel that school uniform globally, India with other good garmenters, because we have a problem of the duty structure. A lot of yarn is going to Turkey and they are converting and sending to Europe and all, and Bangladesh and all these things. They have, though we have FTA signed with Dubai, but mainly the garmenters are in Bangladesh and Vietnam and all. So a lot of fabric, especially I'm talking about polyviscose, is the yarn is going, but not as a fabric. So when fabric is not able to export, the garment is again a problem because of the duty structure. So one thing has to be taken care of during FTAs for PV suitings and this thing. Secondly, as far as this seamless garment is concerned, we took initiative in 2014 as athleisure, and we had a lot of understanding and during the time. And now we are thinking that this industry is growing in India at around 9 to 10%, and also we got some export orders globally as well. So we also applied in PLI. So this particular segment, because it requires a lot of this thing, and the fibers and the yarn, the special yarn, nylon 6 is being imported. So we are thinking that India will emerge probably good in seamless garment in times to come. And thirdly, when we talk about sustainability, a lot of buzzword is there. We have to really think the 2 models are very important in sustainability when we come to it. Like resources has to be mobilized in such a way that can give competence to us and result into performance. So that is called one RCP model. And second comes the second one, that is our knowledge, capabilities, and performance. So if all these we can put together, like as a yarn producer or as a from fiber, we can talk about innovative fibers, yarn spinner, then the weaver and processor and the garmenter. I think we can have a good system with interaction with the leading garment exporters and fabric manufacturers, because we Banswara, an all integrated player. We are spinning, weaving, processing, and of course in seamless garmenting. So basically India has a future, and as we all know that cotton having a limited area for cultivation, and MMF, we have a strong player, Reliance and Grasim, they are doing expansion. So India will attain a good position, and with China 1+ factor will also lead Indian industry to grow. And with this PLI scheme and Mitra, I think government should also think that those centers are there, which has already achieved some level, like for Bhilwara Center for synthetic suitings, like Surat is for dress material, Ludhiana is for nets and Tirupur. These sectors should be given a chance, and despite so that they can grow further because they have the trained manpower available, entrepreneurs are there, market is there. So I think government is also thinking of those lines, and probably with MMF, India can go further. Cotton, we have a good strength, and with this new technology and whatever machines manufacturers are doing in terms of productivity and all, so cotton will also be a major driving force for India. So rightly said, some of the panels that cotton should not be exported, yarn and then fabric and garment should be exported from India. Like Rakesh ji told in the meeting that then only we can have a growth in real sense. With these words, I think.
Thank you, Modani ji, and I completely agree with you. I think you are one of the leaders who are investing in synthetics and MMF, so you have to lead the way and sending the right messaging. So I have a lot of questions coming on WebEx, but I'll take it later because so first I have the views of all the panelists and some questions, and then I'll take on those questions. I'm noting all of those. Then let me go to Updeep ji, and Updeep ji, you have been you have one of the largest players in MMF yarns in India, dyed, and then what do you think what India needs to do to really, while we are talking about so much of investment in under BLI, but do you see some challenges? What India needs to do to really to remove the fear in the mind of people, I would say, so that they really jump on this bandwagon. While we know the opportunities is so huge, they jump on this bandwagon and really achieve what India deserves. That's what we have been asking. Updeep ji, to you. Sir, you are on mute.
Yeah. Very dynamic Textile Commissioner, Madam Ruprashi. Prashant ji, thank you very much for asking this pertinent question. And I have one view which I have been expressing over the forums. What India needs to do is be an integrated value chain across textiles. The problem in India is that we have fiber, we have yarn, we have fabric, we have apparel, we have garment. I mean, and we all are one, but we are all are different at the same time. Unless we integrate this value chain, we all come together and consider garment as an engine. That is the first thing I would say that we need to do. Second, what we need to do is, in case of MMF, we need to scale up. If you look at, for example, India today seems to be strong in home textiles. Why it is strong? Because when the manufacturing base shifted from West, from US to eastern side towards Taiwan, Korea, and then to India, Pakistan, people could scale up. Now, similarly is the case with MMF. I mean, these scale up in home textile happened somewhere in 90s and early 2000s. And today we are reaping the benefit. Now, in case of MMF, we really need to scale up and make some effort into R&D. See, today, if we look at India is a very big consumption center. It is going to be a big consumption center as well. Here I tend to little bit differ with Rakesh ji, that India is not a good, consuming country for active wear. It is, and it is going to be much more. And at least we can have R&D done. Today, if we look at these products, mainly are owned by Korea, Japan, and Taiwan. They are small countries. As Indians, we are little bit, on the back burner when investment in R&D in such thing comes. We need to invest in R&D, number one. Number two, we need to have talent. We need to invest in people to scale this up. And then bring in joint venture. I don't say that we need joint venture forever. At least for our learnings, we should have some joint ventures for these products, because this is the future, and we don't have expertise in house. I mean, I'll please pardon me my saying so. We don't have expertise in say active wears, or we don't have any branding in active wear. The right messaging, what Madam was mentioning about. So, in my opinion, two things are necessary for this sector to grow. One is scale up at the front end. We may be scaled up at the refinery level or the fiber production level, but we need to scale up at the end product level. Number one. Number two, invest in R&D. Number three, this is something which has little higher gestation and investment could be smaller. What I have observed in my 35 years of career in textile industry is big players sometimes shy away from investing in front end. For example, in active wear or in technical textile, because they say that investment is small, management time is more, and gestation is long. So all three things are unfavorable for the very big players. So here I think we need to encourage more participation and develop this sector. And one more point I have in mind is that, if I'm wrong, please correct me, Prashantji. Fiber production comes under Ministry of Petroleum. And we as Ministry of Textiles, we are today talking about consumption of fiber. For example, recycling of PET bottle comes under Ministry of Petroleum. Whereas your fiber, yarn, fabric, garment comes under Ministry of Textiles. Can't we think of, this is something, yes, madam, you are saying something? Okay, so in my opinion, this is a thought which came to me when Badreshi was speaking, that can we have that at least this comes under one umbrella? This is a point which comes to my mind, and this is a suggestion. There may be modalities. I may not be privy to those things, but this is something which can help in the future for MMF to grow if we have one umbrella. So these are my views as to how we can grow in MMF. It's the scalability, R&D, talent development, and one umbrella. And last but not the least, we have to promote weaving in India. I've been saying in various forums, and I think I'm glad that now government is looking at bringing in technology sector from outside. We have been investing a lot of time over the last 10, 12 years in developing our own weaving technology. So let us understand this and bring some people, learn from them, and then scale up internally. So these are my views on how can we scale this MMF sector in India.
Thank you, Deepji, and I have noted all your, because what needs to be done, you have just clarified in points very clearly. Ma'am, you want to ask something now or later? Okay. So with this, I think just one important point, Deepji, I would like to point out here as a message to industry, because you have raised a very pertinent point where big industrialists are not ready to. Big industries, I'm saying big corporates, are not ready to invest in garmenting, seeing that so much employment, so much of labor force for such small investments, which is true. So I think one of the example which can be taken is an industrialist like Birla Group or other groups, how they can take it forward is that you can have an anchor-led model, where as an anchor, it is easy for some big buyer like Gap, H&M to give you orders. You make yarn fabrics and then somebody else make garments, and garment people can be of 500 machines, 1000 machines, 1500 machines. In country like India, where MSME is very important, while I know I have been working on this, why we are not able to do, because we have trust level deficit, because where we don't trust each other, that okay, these players will commit to my delivery, I'll fail on that. So there are so many issues, but trust can be built. Believe me, India can't have answer like Vietnam, where we all have 3000 machines or 5000 machines factories. India will have answers where all of you panelists who are sitting there can lead this through marketing efforts, through messaging efforts, and somebody else is making for you. And everywhere it's happening. Retail industry, who runs Raymond stores? You know, they're all franchises for that. So I think we need to develop model. It's a separate topic on, because you have raised an important pertinent question. So I tried to take it forward. Let me, I'll come back to you, Updeepji, on this. Let me go to now Avinash Mishra also. And sir, we have been talking about textiles, garments. Technical textile is one area where, you know, MMF has big scope, and India is evolving. India is at a stage where a lot of products are taking shape, and we can export also. I've seen people who have come from outside making in India and exporting 99%. So some views from your side, Avinash. Sir, you are on mute.
First and foremost, a very good evening to Madam Commissioner, to all the co-panelists, and to you, Prashantji. Yeah, it's a very good time for technical textiles, and I'm very happy to tell you that in the last 2-3 years, the movement which has been happening at the policy level and at the government level has been very, very encouraging. For one, for sure, I have seen textile industry from the perspective of the fashion fabric as well as the apparels for quite a number of years, and I've been part of that. You know, one of the interesting things I want to make a comment, Prashantji, of course, your corrections at various points would always be appreciated. But the fact of the matter is that, you know, MMF, we have been talking about what, 20 years? I mean, I remember attending a conference with you, which was led by Reliance for maximizing the use of polyester in the industry. And here we are talking MMF again and again, and we are talking about 20% utilization of MM, as said by the Honorable Chairman, APC, in the garmenting segment. I think this is a comment which I'm taking it because I'm taking it forward with this comment, because the fact of the matter is that what is the downstream movement which is there? I mean, my view and take on this is that unless and until there is and you mentioned it also at some point in time, just a few minutes back, that how much we can really take it to the marketing front and how much we can take it forward. What is the downstream movement which has been there when it comes to the product? Fabrics, MMF or cotton or whatever, you know, it is all about what markets you are in and what you have been. Traditionally, I'll be quick on this. Traditionally, we all know that we have been in spring-summer market, we have been in cotton, we have been in viscose, we have been doing garment exports, and we have been focused on that area in garments. Garment does give 3 times value addition. It's indeed. Anything you do, you pick up garmenting as a choice on that at policy level also. I'm dead sure that we are going to make big numbers very soon. So certainly it goes without I'm just making the point to recapture the whole thing. Now, when we talk about this downstream products, you know, what's happening on the garment sector, I wouldn't like to make a comment currently, but certainly I would like to bring in a perspective of technical textiles. If you look at technical textile, I would rather focus myself into 2 prominent areas, which is related to garment, which relates to the apparel industry, which relates to the fabric industry. One thing I would take about is protective wear. You know, protective wear, specialty fabrics, which has got its own advantages in performance wear and in terms of performance textiles. Now, these are the fabrics, which is again a big market which is coming up. I do agree with the comment which has been made that sport tech is as a segment. We think that it is not going to pick up. No, sorry. I think India has the biggest chance to play into this sector, provided we look for it. And fortunately enough for us, in the current scenario, the efforts taken by the government with the PLI scheme, with the PM Mitra scheme, technical textile is certainly to get a good scope in this. There is a huge demand which is coming up in the aramids, in the para aramids, in the fibers like modacrylic, even FR viscose. There is a huge requirement which is there, a significant requirement, I would say, not huge because this would be compared with the fashion segment,
not to say about that. There is a difference. Fashion segment would sell something at $10, but a protective wear garment goes at $20 a piece. So the comparison would not be right. But still, I would say there would be a reasonably big requirement in the aramid zone. I mean, this is something in the fibers, in the fabrics. If the industry stalwarts who are there, if they look upon this, this is the next future. We keep on talking about MMM. This is a part of MMF, and this is a part of man-made fibers. It's not about a fight over there. There is a technology over there. There's a price over there. There is a good margin over there. There is a significant. One of the examples I would also like to take about it is about the glass fabrics, glass fibers. So this is one significant thing which is happening in the technical textile segment, where, believe it or not, there is only single manufacturer of glass fabrics, or not glass fabrics. Glass fabrics is downstream, but glass fibers, just a single manufacturer. And with the single manufacturer and one more, a mid-sized manufacturer which has sprung up in the last couple of years. And today the requirement is somewhere about 220 kilo tons. I mean, that's the requirement of the Indian market with the downstream products and what is required. And our manufacturing capability with this one large company, I wouldn't hesitate to take a name also, Owens Corning's in this, with a capacity of 125 kilotons, and some other small company in Goa. Again, the requirement being about 25 kilotons of manufacturing capacity. There is a gap. There's a gap, and the gap is being filled by imports. I mean, so much so that there was an anti-dumping duty which was requested for to be removed, and it was being removed by the government. I mean, it's the same kind of story that, polyester के ऊपर से आप duty निकाल रहे हो, क्यों निकाल रहे हो? Yeah, the thing is that you want to import it. You need it for the downstream production. You need it for that. And we are losing an opportunity in the MMF segment because we are not manufacturing it. We are giving opportunities for the imports to come in, and this is where, and there's a big demand into the glass fabrics and into the glass fibers. And over a period of time, it's going to grow up because renewable energy sources, because uses of glass fabrics, it's a big business. I mean, a glass fabric can also be used by the municipal corporations into their sewage pipes. There has been applications in Ahmedabad. This has been used also, and trials has been conducted also. Of course, there are high-end requirements of glass fabric, which goes into composites, which goes into pultrusions, which goes into mass transportation, where lot of these fibers and fabrics are being used in a big way. Just imagine the aerospace industry, which is sprung up, the entire thing. One of the companies in Ahmedabad into large company into Ahmedabad, and they went ahead with the Bombardier certification also for such kind of mass transportation products in composites, leading to contractual orders for aerospace kind of things, and also for the railways. What we see in the metros, what we see in other mass transport areas. And there are so many things which are beyond. I just want to be a part of this forum, which is practically into this, but they are the investors. Couple of the people, and people who are talking here, they are investors. I mean, these are the areas where a lot of things are happening, and a lot of things will continue to happening. One of the good things is that currently we are into a scenario where we have PLI, we have people encouraged to take such kind of investments. Probably 10 years back, there was no such opportunities, no such open opportunities, clear opportunities, transparent opportunities, like also being mentioned in the PM Mitra scheme and other things. So the point is, we are good at this point in time in terms of all the ecosystem. There is a good business which is there in the technical textiles. If everybody wants to align and look at it, it is not for, we are not talking it from the standpoint of a company. We are not talking about creating competitors. We are talking about what is possible for the country. And for the country, there is a big opportunity in technical textiles, and there is a big opportunity for the man-made fibers also into this area. I mean, we are talking about nylon fabrics. We are talking about fabrics required for the parachutes. We are talking about fabrics required for the airbags. We are talking about so many things. We're talking about the digital print media, where the fabrics are being used, which are technical textile fabrics. I mean, fibers. All of these require specialty fibers. All of these require some or other kind of a fabric conversion. And this is something which spinners can look into it. Fabric people can look at it. There's a possibility of getting fibers. There is a possibility of making fibers. There's a possibility of creating a stronger value chain. There's a possibility of high possibility of export in this area. This is what I thought.
I understand. I think Avinashji, you have hit the point, and I can tell you, I think this is where Ruprashiji was also asking, where we need to set up a center of excellence. We need to educate people, and maybe some of the investors need to send somebody who's responsible, maybe their next generation, to these centers to work for 3 months to really understand the product. Because if you understand the product, and we are all sometimes talking about what value added we can do in textiles, so I think this is the way forward on that. So we have good number of people. I can tell you, in our IITs we have a lot of seats for textiles. IIT Delhi has 90 seats, and nobody goes in textiles, by the way, because nobody sets up these kind of products. So
while ma'am is here, I'll just make one small point, and which is due and which is important, that under the current NTTM, the scheme which has come up, National Technical Textile Mission, and there has been a lot of movement already happening in this. We have multiple projects which has been come under the Center of Excellences, various Center of Excellences. I must make a mention about it. There are more than 35 projects which has been mapped and lined up, and a lot of investments being done by the government, roughly about 1,400 crores, which has been allocated to this, and a good movement is happening on that, I must say. And I'm glad to share this also with the forum. And thank you so much for the opportunity given to speak at the forum. Thank you.
Thank you. And with this, let me go to Mr. Raman Nademe, where he is the head domestic sales of LMW. I think one of the questions, that first question which ma'am asked was challenges in spinning. So you being there in LMW for few decades and known spinning for so long, would be a good person to answer. Please, to you.
But they are too efficient to answer it. I think challenges were about the efficiencies, but anyway, please.
Yeah.
Good evening. Good evening, Pramji. Good evening, madam. Good evening, co-panelists. First of all, thank you very much for giving this opportunity for us to participate in this session and to share our views. So directly to go on to your question, if you look at from the machinery side, or I can take the spinning as a whole, there is a gradual shift from cotton to synthetic, which is happening over past many decades. And if you, to be very precise, if you look at in the last 15 years, to give you a short statistics on that, from our perspective, I will tell in our language, the spindle absorption, what it has happened in our country, when it was 2012, around 1.97 million spindles absorption has taken. The proportion between the cotton and synthetics, it was at the level of 80-20. So when I move on to the year 2018-19, that year was very bad. Though the absorption of spindle was volume-wise, it was very less. But the proportion of between the cotton and synthetic has moved up. I can say 75-25. But now, when we look at the last 10 months or 1 year period, the kind of buoyant situation which is happening in the investment mood, we have booked millions spindles, of course, other suppliers also. When we look at the same proportion at this current date, this proportion has changed now to 70-30. So in the period of 8-9 years, if we look at this proportion between the cotton and synthetic has already taken its trend path towards shifting towards the synthetic, even before any government initiative has come, even before any push has come from the external side. So this is happening because of, I can say, by compulsion. It is not because of through any structured or systematic work done. It is because of compulsion it is moving up. Now, if you look at from the spinning side, what are the challenges, why things are not happening at the pace it should have happened? There are 2 points which I could share from my experience. I worked in China for 3 years, traveled nook and corner, visited, almost interacted with many of the top class spinners and textile producers. Any technology, if we starts emerging, be it I can say compact technology or making some special yarns, it within a very, very short period, it takes the shape of scaling up and it goes to the next level, so that the entire value chain picks up the technology and moves up very fast. The same technology which I can quote few technology which started in the same stage, both in India and China. For example, a compact spinning, making certain special yarns in synthetic. Both started in the same. I have seen the Indian market, I have seen the Chinese market. Both started in the same year, 2011 or 2012. The way in which it has matured and moved up in China is uncomparable, whereas still we are in the nascent stage, slowly picking up. And for example, I can say making a compact yarn in a synthetic fiber, it got its acceptance and it's taken its full shape only a few years back, 1 or 2 years back. Otherwise, in China, it has moved very far ahead. The reason being, when we analyze the kind of value chain built beyond spinning, it is that support what it is there in China, we are lagging behind. Maybe this point is expressed by the co-panelists in a different way, like what strength we have in one particular value chain, it is not there replicated in other value chain. I am telling the same thing in a different way. That is, if a special yarn I can produce, only producing the yarn is not going to add any strength to us for an industry as a country. It has to take its own shape up to the garment, up to the retail. That maturity is not still taking place as an entire value chain or as an integrated system. The second is the push from the external support, which is normally given to any industry to come up. But now we feel with the introduction of the policy of PLI and other systems like Mitra Park, all these schemes will definitely help. And as one of our co-panelists also said, there are many, many applications which has come. Even one of our customers, even Mr. Madani ji himself has expressed that he is also one of the applicants for this PLI. These schemes is really making a lot of push. So whatever it was stagnant, I can say, over a period of, though we have all strength with respect to fiber, with respect to yarn production, with respect to machinery technology, all those things, at least up to yarn production, it is not moving up basically because of these 2 preliminary points. And when it comes to Madam was making a clear guideline and to touch upon the sustainability, Madam, I would like to add one more important point on the sustainability. If we look back, maybe spinning, or I can say the textile is the only area or the function which started adapting the concept of sustainability even before this buzzword was used very frequently by all. If we look at how to effectively use the waste, whatever it is coming out from the yarn production, how we can use this waste to make further yarn, maybe a different yarn goes for a different application, but without going into as a waste, it was converted into yarn. This was first, maybe many decades, 40 years back, this technology was followed only in spinning, but without knowing the word as sustainability, this was done. But now again, even the PET bottle, once upon a time it was going as a waste. This PET bottle converted into fiber. Accordingly, if you look at the entire value chain has taken up this technology and they all adapted. Even from our side, which we like to emphasize as a machinery manufacturer, be it a 100% virgin synthetic or it is a recycled PET bottle fibers, we have adapted ourselves to make a special machine to add special features into the product. How we can, initially it was a struggle, but over a period of time, it was adapted. So now the products from as a machinery point of view, if you look at, are well equipped to produce or to its fullest efficiency or the best productivity, even the PET bottle fibers, recycled fibers, to a large extent. So all these strengths are there. Again, I am coming to the same point. If the integration starting from spinning, if it takes place in the same way how it has happened up to yarn stage, definitely catching up all this target in terms of numbers will not be a dream for us. It is possible, which we can achieve very easily. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. First, my one question, Dr. Sunanda, she has just appeared. Her picture has appeared. It means that she is asking something. So, what do we have time? 5-10 minutes more, or we need to close?
You can take few questions, 2-3 questions.
Okay. Because one is I have an important question to address, because what we discussed with Updeep ji, and now Modani ji is there, Goenka ji is there, all of you are there as an industrialist. I think one of the biggest question for growth of MMF industry or any industry in India is how we can increase garmenting share. We are stuck at exports of 14, 15, 16 billion dollar, and we are increasing fabrics, but still we are stuck at garment exports. So can we work on this anchor-led model? Because I don't think India will have, except few people who will invest in thousands of machines at one location. So can we have this model working in India, where we say that marketing is done by somebody else? I have seen a company in Shanghai, a $4.2 billion company, $4.2 billion garment export, biggest in the world. So $1.2 billion they manufacture themselves, and $3 billion they source from nearby area and export from the factories. So they have this model exists. Can something like this work in India? So quick one-liners from all of you, because we don't have time, and then we'll have some questions from Ruprashi ji, and then we'll close down with this. Any quick answers from I can go to Modani ji, Goenka ji, everybody. Any quick answers, sir?
It is a way forward. I think this is the only strategy which will work. I think anchor-led, because Bhilwara is producing fabric, but there is no garmenting unit as such of that scale. So I think this is a perfect model. One has to work on it, and I think it has a great potential.
Thank you. We have one vote. Goenka ji?
Yeah, definitely. This has not worked so far. I'll be very honest. Few people have tried to do this with the marketing and designing expertise. Few people have tried and slowed. They went up but slowed down again very quickly. They came down very quickly. I have a few examples from last 3-4 decades of people having a product development skill, and people with the marketing skills had started this, and they could sustain for longer period. So there are quite a few examples in India for that. But definitely this is the way to go forward for complete value chain. If the fabric manufacturing guy, along with a lot of big cluster of garmenting, this can work. As it is, if it doesn't work, every other garment manufacturer can work on their own. But this could be tried with this mega parks and all those things. This could be a way forward. I'll be very much interested to take it forward.
Sure, sir. As the APC chairman, maybe I'll like to discuss some models later where it can work, and we can spread across 2 votes. Updeep ji, you have a vote for it?
I agree with Goenka ji that it may not have worked over the past decade. But if we have to have a similar panel after 5 years, the only possibility of having such panel discussion would be that if that model works. So in short, it has to work. There is no other way.
Right. So I have more votes. Good. So thank you, Updeep ji. I have more votes, and maybe we can work with Ruprashi ji also to, get you some incentives on these models, or some support, not incentives. Not I don't believe in incentives, so some support.
Incentive is not the good word.
It's not the good word to be talking about. Ma'am, over to you for some questions if you have.
I don't have a question. I think Mr. Updeep ji mentioned about the synergy required. Why we don't have, why do we have something with petrochemical and not with textiles? As far as my study goes, this whole issue was deliberated at length. It was requested also, because strictly speaking, under rules of business, if anybody is cared to read, cotton is a subject of Ministry of Textile. While MMF is not, while cotton actually we say in public forum that cotton at the growing stage at whatever is Ministry of Agriculture. So there are these very typical, I would say, I came 1 year back and I said, why should it be? If it is textiles, both of them should be with us. But unfortunately, for some reason, JS, their communication from petrochemicals was, no, sorry, this won't come to you. So, there is a very strict, I don't know, Mr. Ugdeep would and others would know that whenever it comes to any tough stream, also one has to say, up to this point, we can take care. Beyond this point, it is Ministry of so-and-so. So that is something which we should resolve. And I hope we can, with this present government, trying to synergize the work of various ministries like no other government. I feel the way we are working, we should be able to solve it. Even if it remains a different ministry, the idea is to work together. So we should be able to solve that. And I do like your idea of anchor thing. This is what I implied myself when I said that in India, maybe shifting people to a location won't be possible. But technology now should enable people work as if they are together. So, that can cut a lot of costs. And finally, it is a game of costs. So I'm sure that the enterprising ones here would be able to look at it, and our Agrawal sir would be able to suggest the people who can give us those solutions, give that solution to industry, wherein you can cut the costs which come because we are distributing. And we can still work like an anchor company and still make, the margins which are desired. That's it. I personally feel very enriched with the session. That's my last comment.
Thank you, ma'am. With your vote, I think this message will float much faster because we have now your vote also in this. And I would like, there are some questions which have come, and just read in a few seconds. While for Rakesh Mehraji, there is a question that man-made product development scientists need to be produced by India. So something needs to be done where research and academia collaboration should happen, so that so it's a message that people saying that if you need to develop MMF industry as post bearers of different associations, I think we need to create those scientists and research collaborations. This is one message, that request which has come from the industry. Then for Goenka ji, they are talking about double engine growth in weaving, processing and garmenting cluster. So they are talking about large scale manufacturing for complete value chain near a cluster, so that logistic and other costs can be reduced. So as you were also giving this message, people really agree to it, and then they say that's the way forward for us. There are a few more, but I think because of lack of time, I will finish here, and I would only say that as part of what I wanted through this session, I think what message which has come across is there are good opportunities in garmenting, in fabrics, in technical textiles, and garment can be an engine of growth with support of fabric industry, and there can be different models which are at work. And what needs to be done, I think what is said, that what already a lot of things are done through different initiatives. PLI government is doing a lot, but there are some things like creating a world scale R&D, having joint ventures, foreign direct investments, small policy changes on sustainability, then hub and spoke model or anchor led. So these are some of the things which needs to be done. We'll prepare a paper and ma'am send to you in terms of proceedings and to the secretary, sir. So I think thanks, and there is always a limitation of time when such eminent panelists are there. I can still go on for 1 more hour easily, but I think I can see Dr. Sunanda's face again. So thank you all of you really for participating. Thanks, madam. You are always encouraging, and your being part of the panel makes it more interesting, lively, and futuristic looking. With this, thanks to all of you, and over to Dr. Sunanda.
Thank you, Ms. Ruprashi Mahapatra ji, for chairing the session, and Sri Prashant Agarwal for moderating the session. Thank you all the panelists for your valuable insights on the session, growth opportunities for Indian companies in the man-made fiber sector. With Textile Commissioner, her timely intervention, questions and remarks, the session was very lively. Thank you, madam, for all your kind support and cooperation in making the session and the conclave grand success. Thank you all the delegates for kindly attending the fruitful interactive session, second session also. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite and request Mr. R.K. Vij, advisor in the Indorama Synthetics India Limited, to propose the vote of thanks. Shri R.K. Vij is advisor of the polyester business at Indorama Synthetics India Limited and has an extensive experience of over 40 years in successfully managing fibers and textile businesses in a dynamic and competitive business scenario. So over to you, sir. Please propose a vote of thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Sarv Shakti Mate Paramatmane Shri Ramaya Namah. Sarv Shakti Mate Paramatmane Shri Ramaya Namah. Sarv Shakti Mate Paramatmane Shri Ramaya Namah. सबसे पहले उस ईश्वर का धन्यवाद करते हैं जिन्होंने इस 4-5 घंटे का सेशन बिना किसी रुकावट के हमें दिया और अब हम उसके आखिरी पायदान पे हैं. Dear industry friends, it's my proud privilege to propose vote of thanks on the culmination of Man-Made Fiber Conclave 2022 titled $450 billion Global MMF Textile Trade Global Beacon for the Indian textile industry. At the outset, I thank the Honorable Union Minister of Textile, Commerce and Secretary and Industry, Commerce Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Piyush Goyal ji, क्योंकि वो नहीं आ पाए, फिर भी हमने उनका धन्यवाद है उनको करते हैं क्योंकि Mr. Piyush Goyal ji is a very dynamic minister. Is there his dynamic charisma of our Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Union Minister of Textile, Commerce and Industry, that not only the Indian textile industry but entire Indian economy has made a turnaround despite facing the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic of the country. The recent historic decisions to uplift the morale of the Indian textile and clothing industry, especially man-made textile value chain, will prove to be a game changer in the coming decades, and the Indian textile industry will reap the rich dividends of the seeds sown today by our visionary leaders steering the nation in the right direction. कुछ ये अच्छी बात भी है कि हमारे जो पीयूष गोयल जी हैं वो कमर्स मिनिस्टर भी हैं और टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्टर भी हैं. कुछ गैप भी है वो खत्म हो सकता है. हम लोग उनको बहुत दिनों से ये कह रहे हैं टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री को, केमिकल मिनिस्ट्री को, फ्रॉम द लास्ट 2 years दैट एज उदीप सिंह जी सेड कि फाइबर फिलामेंट yarn should be under textile ministry because and the PTA MEG up to petroleum, it can be petroleum minister. अगर ये नहीं हो पाता तो कम से कम जैसे कमर्स मिनिस्ट्री और टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री के अंदर एक पीयूष गोयल जी के अंदर है, कम से कम जो केमिकल मिनिस्टर है और टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्टर दोनों अगर ये मिनिस्ट्री एक में हो जाए तो ये आपकी मैनमेड फाइबर की प्रॉब्लम बिल्कुल खत्म हो जाएगी. Now I thank Hon'ble Minister of State for Textile and Railways, Srimati Darshana Vikram Jardosh ji, for gracing the conclave as guest of honor and delivering the keynote address in the inaugural session. Madam ji, you have been extremely supportive for overall growth of the Indian textile industry. Textile industry में लेडी का मिनिस्टर होना बहुत जरूरी है. ये हम लकी हैं कि हमारे पास लेडी स्टेट मिनिस्टर है, जैसे पहले स्मृति ईरानी जी थी, और लेडी हमारी टेक्सटाइल कमिश्नर है. हम चाहे जितना मर्जी पढ़ लें, जितना मर्जी नॉलेज ले लें, पर लेडीज कपड़ा 2 उंगलियों में हाथ लगा के फटाफट बता देती है कि ये कपड़ा चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा, ये नहीं चलेगा. तो वी आर वेरी लकी फॉर दैट. I thank Secretary Textile Shri Upendra Prasad Singh ji, IS, for delivering the special address in the inaugural session. I must admit that our Honorable Secretary has always kept his door open for the industry players to listen to their view and try to address their issue at any cost. I met Singh Saab about 6-8 months back when he joined this textile industry. He said that I am not knowing, but only 2 days back when I met him, now he is a masterpiece. He knows all the data. He knows all about textile. So we are very lucky to have this type of textile secretary. I thank now Prashant Agarwal ji, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisor, for helping CITI in organizing such an important event for the MMF textile industry. In the capacity of knowledge partner of the conclave, Wazir has been a known name for the textile industry. I know Mr. Prashant, right, very long back when he passed out the BTech and joined a very big company. So he has a practical experience also, and he has a theoretical experience also, and out of the way he jata hai, he goes and help the industry even without charging also. So I thanks also. Now I thank Shri T. Rajkumar ji, Chairman CITI, for supporting the causes of the textile and clothing industry. Undoubtedly, Shri Rajkumar ji has been the toughest time of the industry as a CITI chairman. However, he has stood strongly to support the textile and clothing industry and still leaving no stone unturned for the overall development of the textile sector. Today, on behalf of textile and clothing industry, I would like to place on record our sincere thanks to Shri T. Rajkumar ji for bailing out the textile and clothing industry in such a difficult time. Whenever I met Rajkumar ji, he is very helpful. He always see the value chain. He is not bothering about the cotton or any spinning industry. When we explained him about 3 years back, 2.5 years back, that if you wanted to grow the textile man-made fiber in India, then all the basic raw material should be at the international prices. On the PTA, anti-dumping was from the last 20 years. So the man-made growth was not there. And so then he helped us. Mr. Sanjay Jan, our earlier chairman, also helped us. So this anti-dumping on PTA has been removed. Now, as on today also, PTA and MEG is short in India. If we will not get the sufficient material internationally prices, then it is very difficult to produce fiber filament at an international prices. So now coming to the session, I thank Shri O.P. Lohia ji, Chairman, Indorama Synthetic Limited, for chairing the first session of global market situation and emerging trend in the man-made based textile. Lohia ji, I'm working with him from the last 27 years. He is the guru of polyester. You may be knowing Lohia ji, O.P. Lohia ji, maybe Om Prakash Lohia ji, but industry knows optimistic polyester Lohia ji. So he is always optimistic. When I met him in 26 years before, he said, Mr. Vij, within 1 year, man-made fiber will grow in India. And so now from the last 3-4 years, now the government is looking to grow the man-made fiber. I think his all dreams will be fulfilled, Lohia ji. I also thank Dr. Christine Schindlers, Director General, International Trade Manufacturers Federation, for moderating the session, and Shri Dheeraj Rai Chand Shah, Chairman, the Synthetic and Rare Rayon Textile Industry Promotion Councils, Shri Raja M. Sammukam, President, Tirupur Export Association, Shri Prasanta Deka, Head Marketing, Ritter India Private Limited. I welcome all of this. I now welcome Shri R.D. Udeshi ji. R.D. Udeshi ji is also a Guru Dronacharya of man-made fiber industry. He is always very helpful in our meetings whenever we discuss in the chemical ministry and other things. So Mr. R.D. Udeshi knows each and every outlet of man-made fiber. So I welcome him. I also welcome Mr. Ajay Sadana, President and Head Corporation Private Limited, and Shri Prashant Motaji, Managing Director, Gimatex Industry, for attending this session as a panelist and deliberating at length on the global market situation and emerging trend in the man-made based textile industry. Mr. Ajay Sadana is also a very knowledgeable person working in the Grasim, and Prashant Motaji, I know him very well from his father when he was a younger elder son. So now he has taken over the all business, and he has grown forward integration as well as the backward integration. He has gone to the ginning, he has gone to the weaving, processing, garmenting, and other things. Now I thank Roop Rashi ji, Textile Commissioner, Government of India, for chairing the second session on the growth opportunity for Indian companies in the MM sector. when I met Roop Rashi ji in the Bombay for some my problem of our association's problem for refunding of some tough material accounts. So she immediately said, oh, she called his staff immediately and solved the problem within 2 days. So she is also very dynamic. Luckily, in this time, we have our textile commissioner, we have our textile secretary, we have our minister are very cooperating and solving our problems. So I thank Shri Prashant Agrawal ji again because he is moderating the second session also. I also thank Narendra Goenka ji, chairman, because I have seen he's having tremendous energy. He has to have the tremendous energy because to run a government unit, you should have energy. It is not that from this side PTA is fed and this side fiber is taken out, but he has to see colors, he has to see sizes, he has to see brands. My younger son, he was doing very good job, and then he said, I will do men's innerwears, premium innerwears. Now, earlier he was working for 10 hours. Now he is working for 24 hours. He is looking after what are the sizes are there, what is the trends are there. It's very difficult. So I am also thankful to the this Rakesh Mehra ji, Deputy Chairman, Confederation of Indian Textile City Chairman. Rakesh Mehra ji is also very jolly person. Once time we were meeting in a meeting, so he was trying to explain to the some customer, so he was not agreeing. So then he said, रणबीर जी मैं इसको क्या पंजाबी में समझाऊं क्या? He is a very jolly person. So Rakesh Mehra ji is also very good. So now another then SN Modani ji, chairman Rajasthan Textile Mill Association and managing directors. Rakesh Modani ji, you will love to go to Bhilwara. Whenever you will go to Bhilwara, he is a very good host. He is doing very good apart from textile, schools, all other NGOs he is running. So I welcome Modani ji also. Then I welcome Mr. Dodia, Vice Chairman, SRTEPC Director, Dodia Group. He is also a very young person, giving lot of, he is supplying beautiful colored yarn. He is the first person who has developed DTY in the recycled by the recycling the PET bottle. In India, it is not possible because you are not getting the right raw material, but he has done. So I welcome him. Then I welcome Shri Avinash Misarji, Vice Chairman, Indian Technical Textile Association. His future is for technical textile. The only problem in technical textile is there because the investment is more, market is less. In our Indorama also, now we are planning to put a unit for making this air safety bags. The investment is 1400 crore, but the turnover will be only 600 crore. So, but the future is in textile, in the technical textile. Then I also welcome Udeep Singh ji, President and CEO Satluj Textile. I love to listen him today because he has touched the basic point that the textile and chemical, fiber, filament, cotton should be under one umbrella. So then this is the session of panelists and deliberating at length on the prospect of the growth opportunity for the Indian companies in the manmade. I thank you for all making this session interestingly. Friends, we all have heard the eminent speakers of today's event and found the deliberation very interestingly and useful, which took place during both the session. I believe that the industry captains would definitely apply the ideas, views, and experience shared during the deliberation in their future plans. I would now like to sincerely thank the sponsors, because बिना sponsors के तो कोई गाड़ी नहीं चलती है. तो sponsors of MMF and Conclave 2022, Banswara Syntex, Madra Quartz, Indorama Synthetic, Lakshmi Machine Works, Ritter India, RS WM Limited, Sangam India, Sotolaj Textile Industry, and Vardhaman Textile for some sponsoring. I would like to thank electronic and print media in advance for publishing the post-event press release in their newspaper and daily journal, because जब तक वो हर कॉर्नर तक इस खबर को नहीं पहुंचाएंगे जो हमने आज डिस्कस की है, जो सजेशन दिए हैं, तो तब तक ये इसका इम्प्लीमेंट होना मुश्किल होता है. तो आई वेलकम ऑल्सो them also. I would like to thank the audience and the delegates of MMF Conclave 2002 for attending this session, because अगर लीडर है उसके पीछे फॉलोअर नहीं है तो लीडर बेकार का, अगर वेबिनार है उसमें पार्टिसिपेंट नहीं है तो तब वेबिनार है. तो आज मैंने देखा है कम से कम बहुत delegates all over the world are attending this thing and they are taking the benefit. And the last, I would like to thank City Secretary Dr. S. Sunanda ji, Secretary General City, for making the MMF Conclave 2020 a grand success by putting in their best effort along with his team. Dr. Sunanda ji का मैंने देखा है, और भी सिटी जनरल सेक्रेटरीज आए हैं, बट इनका देखा ये कल का काम आज ही कर लेती हैं और आज का काम तो आज करती हैं. तो आई वेलकम हम. जब इन्होंने मुझे बोला कि आप मिस्टर विज यू आपको धन्यवाद का करना है, मैंने कहा सुनंदा जी पैनलिस्ट होना तो इजी है, धन्यवाद करना बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि इसमें कोई भी अगर पैनलिस्ट रह गया या कोई भी डेलीगेट रह गया वो मेरे से नाराज हो जाएगा. इसलिए पर फिर भी मैंने कहा कि ठीक है, क्योंकि ये मेरे साथ घटना हो चुकी है. एक हॉल में मुझे धन्यवाद करने के लिए कहा गया, तो जब धन्यवाद कर रहा था लास्ट में, तो किसी ने पीछे से बहुत हाथ उठा रहा था. वो कह रहा था जी, मैंने कहा तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन आंसर मैं मोडानी जी के पास पहुंचा दूंगा. उन्होंने कहा क्वेश्चन आंसर नहीं जी, मैं आपको इतना जानता हूं, आपने मुझे अभी तक धन्यवाद ही नहीं किया. तो धन्यवाद करना इज ए डिफिकल्ट जॉब, बट इट इज ए गुड ऑल्सो. नाउ फ्रॉम द लास्ट, मैं 2 बजे से लेके 6 बजे तक धन्यवाद करने के लिए मैंने आपको सबको सुना है, तो मेरी नॉलेज सबसे ज्यादा बढ़ी है. तो थैंक यू ऑल ऑफ यू एंड हैव ए गुड डे. थैंक यू सुनंदा जी.
Thank you, Sri R.K. Vijay, for proposing a very lively and interesting topic. So, with this, we are concluding the proceedings of the City Man-Made Fiber Conclave 2022, and wish you all the very best in your future endeavors. We hope to meet you all at the earliest through a physical meet. Till then, have a great and wonderful time ahead. Once again, on behalf of CITI, I am expressing our sincere gratitude to each and every person and organization, our knowledge partner, Wazir advisors, and my City colleagues who have wholeheartedly contributed for the grand success of the City Man-Made Fiber Conclave 2022. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunanda. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Vitsal.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Somebody should thank you also, na? Thank you.
That's right. That's right.